Welcome to City Council. Grateful for all of you being here. Items listed on the agenda may be taken out of order. 2 or more agenda items for consideration may be combined, and any item on the agenda may be removed or related discussion may be delayed at any time. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. The agenda has been posted in accordance with open meeting law, and all members are present.
Thank you. And we have Pastor Todd Kent, who's graciously volunteered to offer the invocation for us. If you may all rise, please.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for your great love. Lord, we recognize your great love was ultimately given to us in Jesus Christ. But Lord, also you've demonstrated your love in many ways, including in giving us your written word. And Lord, in your word, you remind us that we are exhorted to offer all supplications, prayers, intercessions, and giving of thanks for all people, but especially for those that are in authority, that we could live a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and reverence. And Lord, we do pray for all of our leaders, God, that you would give them your wisdom, your understanding. We pray for everybody here, Lord, the same, that out of all godliness and reverence for you, we would desire to do things that are honoring to you, to do things that are beneficial to the community. And Lord, I just pray for your peace to preside upon everything that's going to happen here this evening. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. If you can join us with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, any public announcements?
No announcements.
We now have reserved this time for public comment, and during this period of public comment, this portion will be limited to the matters on the agenda for action, and each person has up to 5 minutes to speak on a specific agenda item. Those of you that are here are welcome to come up and sign your name and participate with us live. And those who are online can join us on the phone or online. The phone number, 702-589-9629. And you can feel free to call now and get in the queue if that's okay, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. So this is the time open to have people come up to the podium and say whatever they would like.
So I'm going to make this real short. I'm Rod Woodbury on behalf of the Boulder City Airport Association, and I know there are some people here today that have come, and I represent them, and so some are just here to show their support. So if any of you are here for that group, if you'll go ahead and stand up just so you can see that. And there may be others here on that agenda item number 11, but I just wanted to, in the respect for your time, say that.
Thank you. For the record, I count 14 or close to it that stood up with support. I appreciate it. And that doesn't mean you can't come up and say whatever you want to say as well.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to speak.
If you could introduce yourself and sign the little name as you talk, let's see how good you are at doing 2 things at once.
Yeah, well, what I'd like to do is I'd like to speak in regards to item number 9 on the agenda. It's specifically...
could you introduce yourself, sir?
I would like to, yes. I would like to talk about item number 9, which is open for possible action. It's Bill number 1932. An ordinance of the City of Boulder City for approving a lease agreement 07-114-1 Bravo. It's amending the lease for Boulder City Airport properties. And it specifically has to do with civil rights. Part of my civil right is to redress my government without identifying myself. So my point for being here is that it's a federally funded airport. And being it's a federally funded airport, the city who collected all the funds for the airport, probably 95+% of the funds that built the airport came from the feds. And when you receive those funds as a city, you agree to certain conditions in order to take that money to make an airport. Part of those conditions obviously have to do with civil rights. The federal government's going to tell people, hey, if you're going to take this grant money or these loans or whatever it might be to build the airport, then obviously you need to follow the civil rights. And when we originally did our lease, that wasn't part of it, and so this addendum is to make sure that we as a tenant at the airport are going to honor the federal government's desire to abide by civil rights. This also applies to the city. And part of my issue with being given this document and asked to sign it, basically told I had to sign it, which I did and returned it, I just wish that somewhere along the line the city would start applying the civil rights equally across the airport. Part of the other agenda item, it was number 11 or whatever, with the private hangars, the city really needs to establish a standard for all airports, for all hangars at the airport, both commercial and private, and they should be set with the same terms as far as price per square foot, the term, and if they're renewed or not. There needs to be some sort of consistency at the airport where if you go make an investment like I did of $10 million, that somehow your investment will be protected and the city will stand up for you. Like I have a lease with the city, Boulder City Airport Properties. It doesn't have an accurate legal description. It hasn't had an accurate legal description for 15 years. I've asked for the legal description to be corrected, and the city refuses to do it. Now, my civil rights, I should have the right to have a lease agreement that reads for the land I lease. When you guys send me a bill every month, it's based on that legal description. The legal description, I think I have 6 parcels. One of the legal descriptions is basically a line that just goes one direction, another direction, and just goes off. It doesn't even encompass a piece of property. It's just like a person with a purple crayon making some marks. So this is my legal description that you guys have billed me for the last 15 years. I pay $17,000 a month at the airport in rent. It's more than any other leasehold down there. Some of the other leaseholds got 40 years. I got 25 years. Why did I not get the same term as the other people? I've asked city staff, and they're kind enough to come down to the airport, which I don't really see that many people from city coming down there. I was grateful for that. But when they got there, they mentioned, they're taking over all kinds of leases, solar leases. The city has tons of leases with different people. The difference with our lease at the airport, it's a federally funded airport. You can't just arbitrarily give people different things at the airport. They need to all be the same. So I would love to see a legal description that's accurate, and I would like to see all of the leases have some sort of common terms for, like on my property, I took it over, it was all dirt. I spent $2 million improving the dirt, brought in electricity, sewer, storm drains, $2 million of dirt work, right? I am being charged for more for my leasehold than the other leaseholds, one of them which includes hangars and offices and air conditioners and all this stuff. If you can imagine a piece of dirt that I'm leasing because there's no standard lease at the airport. Part of that is that we had, back in the day, we had a city manager, Vicky. Then we went to Dave. Then we went to Scott. Then we went to Alfonso. And these are my landlords. And so I've never had a landlord that hasn't lost his job for dereliction of duty. So it's hard to have any kind of consistency whenever I'm constantly confronted with city staff who's new and doesn't understand things, and especially doesn't understand the grant assurances that goes along with this grant money. Part of me getting the lease at the airport, I had to be financial solvent. I had to prove to the city that I had the wherewithal to build this project and then manage it and maintain and pay the city my lease. It was quite difficult to come up with all that stuff, and there was a lot of back and forth. Part of the city's responsibility when they approve my lease is to ensure that I'm protected. You know, I went down there and put a lot of money into the fuel farm, $500,000 and $10 million into my property. And a few years later, what does the city do? The city decides, hey, I think we'll sell fuel. Now, this airport can support one FBO with the number of airplanes and the fuel it sells. This airport has 4 FBOs. 4. It can maintain 1, but it has 4. It's because no one's been in charge of the airport or cared about the airport. And now the city is also selling fuel. We have 5 people selling fuel. 5 different entities that can sell fuel to the airport. The airport can support 1. Now, if you can imagine this, the city is selling fuel. My lease with the city states that I can sell fuel if I have managers and trucks and insurance and a facility and, you know, thousands and tens of thousands of dollars worth of stuff. The city can sell fuel. What do they need? They don't have insurance. They don't have to have trucks. They don't have to do anything. Even their equipment, the fuel farm, is subsidized and paid for by us, the people that buy the fuel and resell it, or the people that are buying the fuel and using it.
Appreciate your comments in view of civil rights of everyone else.
My name is Bob Flanastock, but I mean, my point is that I'm signing a document that you guys are requesting that I sign it, and it's to hold us all accountable for civil rights. And the civil rights at the airport, at this point, just basically don't exist. There aren't any. The airport advisory meetings. I mean, we've had 4 crashes at the airport in the same location. We just had one just a couple
Sir,
of months ago. No
appreciate your
action.
comment.
No airport advisory. Please help.
Thank you. Anyone else like to give public comment here in the room? Please come forward, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Eileen Wilkinson. I'm a member of the Utility Advisory Committee, and I'm here to speak on agenda number 8, item number 8. During the February meeting of the Utility Advisory Committee, we reviewed all these options and unanimously agreed that of the 4, number 2 and number 3 were most beneficial to Boulder City. And we also unanimously agreed that number 1 and number 4 were not. And looking at your packet for today, option number 1, the conveyance to Henderson, shows a total of $42.9 million. But there's a footnote at the bottom that says connection charges and an investment in COH, which I think is City of Henderson. Capital improvements is estimated to be $20 million. So we know from our discussion in February that there is a $12 million hookup fee to hook up to the Henderson system. So this $42.9 million, you need to add at least $12 million to that. So that's going to make it about $55 million. And then the direct reuse option, which personally I think is the best option. The total on that is $32 million. The returning it to Lake Mead is $39 million. And then returning it to Lake Mead via Henderson, which they want to bring the water, the effluent from El Dorado Valley to the wastewater plant, and then ship it all back over to Henderson. And that would come to $69 million. And then the other issue I want to bring up is that the amounts on option number 1 and 4 both stated a cost with a 50% contingency. And I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean this amount includes a 50% contingency? Or we should add a 50% contingency, which would really make the projects extremely expensive. So I just want to say that personally I'm in favor of option 2. The Utility Advisory Committee is in favor of options 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for signing your name.
Good evening. My name is Charm McElry, and everything she said, rather than repeat, is exactly how I feel. But what I wanted to say, as a concerned citizen of Boulder City, I think that with good communication and lots of talking, questions, should be able to come up with a pretty good plan. And I don't think Henderson needs to be involved in it. This is the town that built the dam. We can damn well figure out what to do with our water. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hi there, my name's Pat Murphy, and I'm just a concerned citizen who spent most of the afternoon reading the SNWA proposal and reading a whole lot of background, so my head's kind of swimming with a lot of stuff, but I kind of see what you're up against. I mean, everyone's been working really hard on this. One thing I'd like to suggest is we consider, I agree that the number 2 proposal, the direct reuse proposal, makes the most sense. But I'd like to think about ways that we can think of some smaller solutions as well. I think SNWA thinks of the large solutions because that's sort of the business they're in. I mean, when the only tool you have is a hammer, you treat everything like a nail, right? I tend to think, when I'm trying to solve a problem, I try to think of the shortest possible line. Because, when you're trying to save money and save energy and save water, you look for the shortest path. So I think about things like, okay, if I water my garden with water that I just used to take a shower, rather than sending that water down the drain, sending it to Henderson, getting it cleaned up, and then coming it back through the hose, that's kind of a long path. So I kind of start thinking about gray water and use of gray water within households. I also think about things like, right now, Boulder City wastewater is treated, according to what I've read, to the Southern Nevada Health District standards for discharge into the desert, and it's returned to the aquifer. It also clearly meets the standards for industrial use, since we sell it to the solar companies for dust control. So it is cleaned up to certain standards. So I'm kind of wondering, okay, what else can you do with water that's cleaned up to these standards? What would it take to make that water possible to be used for agriculture, say? I read, among all the things I was reading this afternoon, the Southern Nevada Regional Water Recycling Study, which talks about the right quality of water for the right use. Well, we have water of certain quality. What uses can we find for it within Boulder City? I also think a lot about sustainable cities, which is something that a lot of people are interested in right now. And I think about Boulder City, where we have sunshine, we have land, we have wastewater. Can those things be combined to make something we don't have? And like, for example, produce that isn't trucked in from Nevada and California. We have a lovely little farmer's market, but when I talk to the farmers there, most of them are California or Arizona. So I start thinking about those kind of things. I ran across in my research today the Boulder City Social posting of March 9th, where they talk about Milo Hurst's proposal to create a privately funded community farm to use that wastewater. And I think that's really super intriguing. I haven't investigated it yet because I just read it this afternoon. So I'm hoping that the council will look at sort of these other smaller, slightly outside the box options. Because I do think that SNWA has a lot of good things to say, but its goals and ways of proceeding don't necessarily line up exactly with Boulder City's. I mean, there's a lot of overlap. There's not any reason to see there's a conflict, but they're different ways of thinking, perhaps. So as you think about what you want to do, feasibility study, I understand that there's a feasibility study being contemplated, and I would love to see that that feasibility study includes something a little outside the box rather than building more infrastructure to pipe water all over the place. I really, and the one other thing I wanted to be sure and mention is whatever option you decide on, I'm really hoping that you can maybe do a presentation outside of the SNWA presentation to the people of Boulder City, because I know a lot of people are really interested and concerned. I mean, I hear it all the time, people going like, oh, they're going to be building more houses over there. Where's that water coming from? People are really interested in this topic. And so I hope you'll do a presentation to bring us all up to speed so everybody doesn't have to spend their afternoon reading everything like I did. And I will sign my name.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is there
Thanks.
anyone else who would like to come forward? Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's wonderful to see all of you up there tonight. I am Peggy Levitt. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of agenda number 2, which I know is in the consent agenda. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for your service. I know being on council is a big job, and I'm grateful to each and every one of you for stepping up to the plate and assuming this responsibility. As I said, I'm here on behalf of the Boulder City Museum and Historical Society. John Calvert, who is the president of our board, and Leslie Woodbury, who's been a longtime member of the board, are both out of town and asked that I might be here tonight to represent them. Leslie and I had the opportunity to talk to our city manager, Mr. Tedder. I believe it was in January, I can't remember, and asked him how the ARPA funding might be useful and helpful to the museum, and he was wonderful in helping us come up with some suggestions, and one is the digitizing of the records in our archives. I really thank him for his time and for his helpfulness in this project. Also, a couple of weeks ago, Tiana Marie and John Calvert, again, who's president of our board, were here and gave a detailed report of all the happenings going on at the museum. And I want to thank you for your positive comments and your support of the museum. So basically, I think you understand the importance of the digitization of the records and how they can be helpful to other museums and other entities that are doing research. So I'm just asking for your support for agenda number 2 so we can get to work on this important project. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Milo Hurst. I sent a letter to the mayor and all the council people last week. I hadn't heard back from anybody, so I just wanted to make the comment. These ladies spoke a lot more elegantly about this than I will, but I just think to put something on the agenda or as one of the options that does fall into what I think Boulder City stands for and why we all live here is worth the time and energy. There's a lot of people in Boulder City, a lot more. I grow some alfalfa in 2 states, so I have a little bit of knowledge about it, but I think that the history in southern Nevada speaks for itself. Everything from Mormon farms to Tomiyasu farms. We could grow a lot of products here if we put our minds to it. And for 70 years, we've been dumping that water down there into that desert. To think we have to solve it in 70 days, I think is short-sighted. So if we could take a little bit more time to look at this and see what all the other options are. I don't have all the answers, but I'm willing to spend some money to get some answers for you if you tell me what you need to make a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Roseanne Rabiola Mealy. I sent a comment in. Do you have it? Can I just read it, or you can read it, and that's okay. Okay, I have it all written. It's real short. Like I am. Ha ha ha. No pun intended.
Oh, it is really short.
It is. I told you. This is item number 2 on the consent agenda, and my comment was, this isn't money that should be used for the museum when we've been facing a water emergency. I was told we should look at actions through the lens of water. This reallocation of funds doesn't appear to do that. We could use the $70,000 for Boulder City, not the SNWA, to hire a consultant and get with Milo. Milo said he wants to spend some money, and we definitely need to put his overall plan into the mix of the 4 projects. And that's what I said, and that's all. And I love museums. I spent 12 years in college, and I'm a history major, and should we digitize the records? Heck, yeah. But I'm going to say one other thing, and everybody's going to be real mad at me for this. Our archives, it's nice that they're here. They belong at the Nevada State Museum, where they have the facilities, where researchers, not just people coming to look for nice pictures, that's not what researchers do. That is not how you establish something like the Immigration and History Research Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota. You want to have nice little exhibits, that's fine. But serious research is done differently, and it takes money, and it takes benefactors, and not just the city of Boulder City. And I don't spend my time on too much else, and if I go out somewhere, it is to a museum. And if I had $70,000, I'd give them money to digitize the records too. But the records aren't going to do any good when folks are leaving town, and because we have water problems, and we do have an emergency, and I'm writing my name, and that's all.
Thank you.
Hi, Brenda Lormier. I also submitted a public comment, and I just wanted to add a quick thing to it. I keep that, but I'll be short. I just wanted to say I read Milo Hurst's proposal this morning, too, and I just wanted to add, I'd like to see it added as a 5th option we study. It seems to be something that's inexpensive, supports our community, and also reuses the wastewater. It would be nice to grow our own food if we could possibly hire an independent consultant to see how we could treat our current wastewater up to a standard that would be sufficient to grow produce that we'd actually be willing to eat. It just seemed like a good idea. I looked up some of the other projects. He cited 5 others. I could find information on 3 of them. They all sounded really interesting, and it also seems like an option that we could try. He talked about scaling it up, so you could start it small. If it doesn't work, we could always go with one of the options. But it seems like something worth trying, seeing if it works. It would be cool to keep our resources here in Boulder City. If it fails, we could always go with one of the other 4. So just wanted to add that. I support it and would like to see it added as a 5th official option that we study. So that's all. My name takes a long time to write. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, yes, my name is George Ree. I'm a Boulder City resident. I agree with everybody, so maybe I shouldn't speak, but I was asked by one of the UAC people to come up and speak, so why not? Well, obviously, water conservation is a very good idea. That's something everyone can agree on. I think one of the key issues in government, as we're seeing on all scales, national and so on, is trust, and with organizations, are they trustworthy? That's the question I ask myself, which means, are they competent, honest, and reliable? When you're dealing with individuals or organizations, that's a personal decision. So I'm talking about the item on water, or whatever, agenda item 8, sorry. So that's my first point, is the organization competent, honest, and reliable? In 2019, Mr. Ensminger, the director of SNWA, stood here where I'm standing, and he assured then one of our previous mayors, who may or may not be in the room, but that there was no problem with water, and he could guarantee Boulder City's water rights for the next 30 years. We were then 19 years into the worst drought of the last 2 millennia, if you judge by stream flow reconstructions from tree rings. We were in a phenomenon that had never, ever been seen before. To me, it raises an issue of trust when people who do this for a living say there's no problem. Now they've changed their minds 3 years later, apparently, because now they're saying we're in an emergency, and I agree with them now. But I think it would be interesting to know what changed their minds. Why didn't they think that 3 years ago? The sooner you act, the more time you have to make adjustments, if you wait too long. So for me, there's an issue of trust with SNWA based on that, based on their assurance 3 or 4 years ago that there was no problem. At the UAC meeting, I believe it was in January, this is my third point, SNWA said, decide on an option first, and then we'll tell you the costs. And this might be a wrong analogy, because obviously a decision of this magnitude isn't like buying a car. But if I went to a dealership and, I went to, say, Toyota, and I wanted to buy a Prius, or I don't know, a Tacoma or something, and then, and I said, well, how much is it going to cost? And they say, well, we're not going to tell you that. First, you tell us which one you want to buy, and then we'll tell you how much it costs. My response would not be, I need more information from this dealership. My response would be, I'm going to another dealership. I have all the information I need at that point. And so there's, again, a question of trust as far as I'm concerned. I do agree that we're in an emergency. And so finally, my last point is I think we should consider all options on the table. We need more information. I think policy decisions of this magnitude should be preceded by an informed public debate. So I'd like to see all 4 options looked at more carefully, including Mr. Hurst's. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. There we go.
Anyone else like to provide public comment at this time? Any written public comment?
Yes. The first public comment was received by Lois Donat regarding consent agenda item 2. I oppose consent agenda item number 2, resolution number 7590, a resolution of the City Council of Boulder City, Nevada, reallocating ARPA funding in the amount of $70,000 from PPE and vaccine purposes and to be reallocated to the Boulder City Museum and Historical Association for record digitization and historical resource rehabilitation. I believe this $70,000 would be better used to buy food for Boulder Aid and the Senior Center Meals on Wheels programs, not for giving the money to the Boulder City Museum and Historical Association for record digitization and historical resource rehabilitation. Next public comment was received by Danielle Haney. Dear City Council, before you vote on any proposal regarding our Boulder City Water in regard to the meeting with SNWA today at 5 p.m., I ask that you consider the long-term benefits of the Boulder City Farms proposal and that there be an informed public debate on our wastewater issue. Next public comment was received by Nicola Collins. Water is our most precious resource. I'm not sure why we would give it to the Vegas Valley so they can build more houses while charging us for the substantial ongoing delivery cost. I hope the council will consider Milo Hurst's proposal, which seems like a creative way to turn this problem into an opportunity. I also hope that the council will explore the existing hydrology studies of the area. It seems entirely possible that this water has been finding its way to the Colorado River since the 1930s. That's a lot of credits. The options presented by SNWA do not have enough information for you to make a good decision on this crucial issue. Next public comment was received by Judy DeShane. Item S, SNWA proposals. I am in favor of the council following the Utility Committee's suggestions for wastewater proposals. I trust the Utility Committee's judgment and advice over the bureaucrats at SNWA. Our Utility Committee has done an outstanding job in watching out for the citizens and the appropriate utility infrastructure the city needs to have in place now and for immediate future. Item 11, hangar leases. I know that some council members have close friends, family that own airport hangars, and some were supported with campaign donations, and that not all hangar owners are Boulder City residents, but that is not a reason to be reckless with the airport revenue and expenses. You should be looking at the increase in value to the hangar owners' renters when taxiways, runways are improved, a control tower and new fueling facilities are added, and factor that into rates charged. Also, non-residents should be charged a premium, and there should be annual inspections of doors, fire equipment, electrical, etc. to make sure the hangars are maintained as Lisa's state. The last hangars were left with a number of items broken or in poor repair that the airport management had to fix and pay for. I even saw a Facebook post that seems to brag about the airport having to fix the fire system after they left. We should not end up with 20 or 30-year leases with owners not seeing any rent increases or not having to pay for items that they leave unrepaired. As the airport is an enterprise fund, it is supposed to be self-sufficient, and it doesn't have the money. The regular taxpayers of Boulder City will have to pay the tab. As an ordinary citizen with no airplane and ordinary income, I don't want to be required to pay for other residents' sweetheart deals to enjoy their toys. Item 12, El Dorado land. I am not in favor of selling any land in El Dorado Valley. A 50-year lease for the substation, I think that is the term for the solar leases, should work. Next public comment was submitted by John Gustafson. Please support the hangar owners with a vote to rewrite/renew hangar ground leases for the 2023 leases. And the next, Bryn, are you wanting me to read your written public comment that you submitted?
It's not too long.
We have a written public comment by Bryn Delamore. Thank you to Joe Stubis providing the info received from SNWA and analyzed by the Utility Advisory Committee to City Council. At this stage, it appears Boulder City has been presented with 4 options for recycling our wastewater with limited information on each option. Other than they all appear expensive to implement and maintain in the long term. Appreciate SNWA's offer to fund a portion of the initial construction, but I believe much more data is needed before an informed decision can be made on a project that has a major and long-term impact on Boulder City. 2 of the options, 1 and 4, have raised concern in the past for their ability to facilitate growth in the El Dorado Valley and additional concerns were raised, citing we don't know what charges Henderson might pass through for treatment of our wastewater. With SNWA's continued updates to turf removal guidelines on the initial AB 356 bill, I'm concerned the local reuse option 2 could leave us with non-potable water we may not be able to use in the near future if new rules mandate further turf removal, and we are left with a costly new purple pipe system. A member of the Utility Advisory Committee raised the question, how many times can you treat recycled water before its quality is degraded to a point it is no longer feasible to use anywhere? The direct return option 3 seems to warrant further studies. However, it is in Boulder City's best interest to seek an independent consultant's opinion on the cost and feasibility of all the options presented. Additionally, a town hall should be held with residents so they are aware of implications of each option and everyone has an opportunity to weigh in. Further, given our 2022 per capita consumptive usage, I feel it is in the best interest of our city and region to focus immediate efforts here on conservation. We need meaningful turf removal at our local golf courses, not shaving off a corner here and corner there. The region's golf course water cuts are scheduled to go into effect on April 1st per the May 2022 SNWA board meeting, so they have plenty of time to prepare for this. The daily irrigation runoff at our existing parks reported by multiple residents needs to be fixed. Much of that turf should be removed outright. We need to adopt Las Vegas Valley Water District's residential rate structure to encourage year-round conservation at home and further adoption of SNWA's xeriscaping rebate program. We need smart water meters and the technology to track our usage in real time and adjust accordingly rather than be surprised by an oversized utility bill after the fact. These are efforts that save both water and money and are a good starting point for yesterday. Thank you all for consideration on this critical topic. I have no further public comments to read.
And is there any public comment on the phone? I'll repeat that number, 702-589-9629. We will have some moments to wait to see if anybody can call in.
Yes, good evening. For the record, Fred Bolt. The SNWA proposals contained in Agenda Item 8B raise many questions and concerns, suggesting a lack of complete project scoping, strategic planning, and cost-benefit skills. If it was possible, taking the existing wastewater and irrigating the federal cemetery, the two city golf courses, and Veterans Memorial Park would be the simplest solution, requiring the least capital costs because of their proximity to the existing wastewater treatment plant. However, there could be a toxicity problem for grass, shrubs, and trees if the wastewater treated to current standards is not mixed with water at Black Mountain Reservoir. The same comment applies if the wastewater was applied to any agricultural operation for human consumption, such as Milo Hurst has proposed. We need a definitive answer on this point. We also need an assessment by the State Department of Wildlife if the riparian environment created by current wastewater discharge into the desert, should it largely or completely disappear, will have an adverse impact on the wildlife species present. It is very concerning that SNWA has item 4 in its March 16th board meeting proposing to spend $2,660,000 of ratepayer and federal taxpayer money on a feasibility study for two wastewater options when there's been no BC decision if any of these approaches are acceptable or beneficial to our city. Yes, we need to have a better idea of costs and scope, but it shouldn't cost almost $3 million to do so. Besides, given the rapid inflation in construction costs, what engineers have to say today won't necessarily reflect what contractors might eventually quote. SNWA has been clear that they will not commit more than $26 million to any of their alternatives, leaving BC to make up the considerable difference now and in the future. Without any BC public discussion, the same SNWA agenda indicates in item 11 that over 900,000 square feet of irrigated turf has been proposed for removal in BC in exchange for $1.7 million. How much water will this save? 50 million gallons a year, or a 5% reduction is claimed. With government using over 1 billion gallons of water a year in BC per a fiscal year 2022 city report, where is the comprehensive water conservation plan targeting a 50% reduction that includes Veterans Memorial Park, Boulder Creek Golf Course, and other irrigated places around BC? We have seen nothing from city staff, yet here is where we could save far more with potentially less expenditure than building elaborate infrastructure to further treat wastewater to drinkable standards. Our water supply faces serious perils, and we need real action, not window dressing and overblown public works projects from SNWA. And I ask that my comments be added verbatim to the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other phone or written? Any other one in the audience who would like to have public comment? Seeing none, we'll move to possible action approval of the regular agenda.
I move to approve the regular agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Unanimous. And for possible action, approval of the consent agenda, or anyone want to take anything off the consent agenda and put it onto the regular agenda?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move number 2 from the consent agenda, moving it down to the regular agenda, and would make a motion for that.
Okay, it's been moved to take number 2 off the consent agenda and put it on the regular agenda. Seconded.
I'll second.
And any discussion? And I'll say aye.
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 Opposed, thank you. So number 2 is put on the regular agenda in its numerical appropriate place. And we will now have consideration of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with item 2 having been moved?
I move to approve the consent agenda, removing item number 2.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It's moved and seconded to approve the items on the consent agenda with item 2 having been moved to the regular agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Thank you. And we will now move to the regular agenda, and we will first start with item number 2, Resolution City Council reallocating American Rescue Plan Act funding. Mr. City Manager.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. Taylor Tedder, your city manager here. In late January, the city was approached by the director and board members of the Boulder City Museum and Historical Association. A request letter was subsequently received, and it's included in your agenda packet. So the city had previously allocated American Rescue Plan Act funding for a wide variety of activities, including funding the purchase of additional personal protective equipment known as PPE and the deployment of COVID-19 vaccines and test kits. The city has unused funds that were designated for those 2 activities that can be used and reallocated toward other eligible uses. The Boulder City Museum and Historical Association, in their request, they had 2 different purposes for that. So $50,000 of the request is for digitization of the extensive museum collection, and $20,000 is for rehabilitation of the historical home owned by the museum that's located at 640 Avenue C here in Boulder City. It's one of the first homes that was constructed by the 6 companies for use by their employees, and they're looking to restore that to its former glory. Traditionally, the museum would use their own resources to fund activities such as these. However, during the pandemic, the museum did include their lost revenue report in your packet, and they reported that they did not realize approximately just over $200,000 in revenue that would normally be generated. One thing that I did want to add, with the rescue plan dollars, approximately $15 million of the $21.8 million we've received is being spent on investment in water and wastewater activities, and I stand for any questions that you may have.
And I think we may have disclosures.
Yeah, I have a disclosure to make. I'd like to disclose that I have a commitment in a private capacity to the Boulder City Museum Historic Association, as I serve on the association's governing board as the city's representative. Even though I serve in my public capacity, the Ethics Commission has opined that when a public officer serves on a nonprofit's governance structure, this creates a substantial and continuing business relationship. The Ethics Commission has further opined that if a matter relates the business interest of the nonprofit, abstention should be considered. This item would benefit the association financially, and therefore I have been advised by the city attorney that I should abstain on this item.
Thank you, Madam.
I would also like to disclose that I have a commitment in a private capacity to the Boulder City Museum Historic Association. I lease the restaurant space located in the Boulder Dam Hotel, and the association is my landlord. Because this item confers a financial benefit to the association, this item would likely affect the independence of my judgment of a reasonable person in my position. And I have been advised by the city attorney that I should abstain on this item.
Thank you. Any other disclosures? If not, so noted that Councilwoman Jorgensen and Councilman Fox will abstain from voting and discussing on the item number 2. That brings us to, is there any discussion on item number 2? Seeing none, I would accept a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman.
I move that we approve resolution number 7590 as presented.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It has been unanimous with 2 abstentions. Councilwoman Jorgensen and Councilman Fox have abstained. We will now move to item number 7, presentation by the Parks and Rec Department annual report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. We'll put up the PowerPoint here. For the record, Roger Hall, Parks and Recreation Director for the great city of Boulder City. And it's my honor tonight to present to you a list of accomplishments for 2022 and 2023. And I wanted to publicly thank my great staff for all of their hard work in making this possible. You know, we can't do it alone. And we are, as a department, work hand in hand with several other city departments to make sure the job gets done. We appreciate the hard work of these dedicated individuals in the Public Works Department, Police and Fire, Finance, Community Development, City Clerk's Office, and Communication Manager, just to name a few. I would also like to thank you as the City Council and the City Manager for your continued support in making Boulder City a great place to live and to raise a family. The mission of the Boulder City Parks and Recreation Department is to provide high quality and cost-effective recreation activities for all residents of Boulder City. And Parks and Rec is a service provided by local governments to benefit their communities and improve residents' quality of life. What exactly do we do? Well, the Parks and Rec Department organizes and runs youth and adult sports, special interest classes, special events, and activities for participants 6 years of age to 100 years of age. We also are responsible for cleaning and sanitizing over 100,000 square feet of city facilities, including City Hall, police department, courts, public works, and then throw an additional 17 parks onto that. All community special event permits, facility rentals, and film shoots are also coordinated through the Parks and Rec Department. We have a lot of hats that we wear. The Parks and Rec Department is also responsible for the administration of 13 separate budgets, which include recreation administration, special interest classes, Tiny Tots, Safe Key, Community Fitness Center, Youth and Adult Sports, the Youth Center, Art Center, Bootleg Canyon Swimming Pool, and Boulder City Municipal and Boulder Creek golf courses. Our total annual budget is $6.4 million, and that includes Boulder Creek and the municipal golf course. Some of the divisional budgets are subsidized by the city, including the swimming pool and the community fitness center. However, many of the budgets typically balance revenues versus expenditures, including special interest classes, the Art Center, and Tiny Tots program. I'm also very happy to report that rounds and revenue at both golf courses continue to exceed the previous monthly totals. Additionally, the golf revenue totals for the current year surpassed the 2021 calendar year, and the two courses have a total budget of $3,888,839 combined budget and are on track to generate $4,492,359 in revenue for the city. So the following golf courses' success, increased revenue, increased rounds, and the Boulder City Players Card are very popular at both golf courses. The following slides show the green fee revenue is substantially up if you look at the one on the far right, and one for the municipal golf course and Boulder Creek. And then we have the golf rounds are up on both courses. And we have on the next slide the accomplishments. So we have had many positive accomplishments over the last year, and I'd like Julie Calloway, our recreation manager, to come up and go over and outline a few of them for you. Julie?
Thank you, Director Hall. Mayor, members of council, and Boulder City residents, I'm excited to let you know about some of the recent Parks and Recreation accomplishments. The one we are most proud of is the new recreation registration software system that went live in January. After about a year of preparation, we finally decided on the one that we thought that would work best for us. So far, we've had rave reviews from residents who appreciate the ease of online registration, and we look forward to the ability to extract more data that can improve our services to the community. Another very visible accomplishment is the complete renovation of Xeriscape Park. In this picture, you can see that Xeriscape Park was a neighborhood park that went from an old, dilapidated playground with overgrown landscape into a beautiful space that is using water-conscious landscape. It has covered new playground, it has a new sign, and it has new picnic benches as well. So this is a great example of how we've taken something old and really transformed it into something beautiful. And it is on our long-term goals to be able to do this to several different parks throughout our community. Moving on to Hemingway Park, we have added some new signage throughout the recently added nature trail, and they were specifically to highlight the natural species that are in that area. You may have also noticed some of the new inspirational benches in our downtown area. They're complete with the I Heart BC imprint on them. We've also expanded the usable space at our Boulder City Community Fitness Center and added a stretch room at the adjacent ABC Park admin building. Last year, our department coordinated 67 weddings and 104 large special events, surpassing the 2021 totals. We also coordinated 30 film shoots within Boulder City, which added $23,000 in revenue to the general fund. This is an increase of $8,000 from the previous year. Staff also coordinated the purchase and installation of 16 donated memory benches within our park system. These donated benches added $32,000 in asset value to our parks. In April of 2022, the City Council allocated a portion of ARPA funds for free youth swimming entry and free youth sport registration until 2024. Over 1,000 children have participated in youth sports to date, approximately using $45,000 in ARPA funds. This is a 30% increase in participation. Over 600 children have taken advantage of the free swimming, which is a 20% increase from the previous year. We do have challenges that face us daily, but with these challenges, we're not slowed down. Our department strives to provide for our community and the residents of Boulder City through classes, beautiful parks and facilities, and sports programs, special events, and much more. So while we face these challenges, staffing shortages, hiring and maintaining staff, supply chain issues, inflated prices, and park vandalism, we are constantly looking for solutions to these challenges we face. Some things we look forward to from the Parks and Recreation Department in the next couple months is replacement of playground amenities at various parks, some because of age, some because of vandalism. Renovation of the greenside sand bunkers at Boulder City Golf Course is also on our agenda. This will be an ongoing project as there is 44 greenside bunkers. Turf reduction and water conservation, not just at the golf course, but also within our parks, is also on the horizon. After 3 years of not having this event, the Parks and Recreation Department will be hosting the annual Boulder City Easter egg hunt for the children of our community. This event is scheduled for April 1st in Wilbur Square, and our staff is excited to bring it back to our community. With the completion of the Hemingway Park Trail project, staff will coordinate an upcoming event and official ribbon cutting for the Boulder City community and our partners that we collaborated with on this project, including the Nevada Division of Wildlife and Clark County Commissioner Jim Gibson, who funded this project. As we come to the end of our presentation, we wanted to share with you our department goals for 2023. Staff collaborated on what we, as a group, thought we wanted to focus on for the upcoming year. And here are the 3 goals. We want to provide recreational opportunities that support the community health and well-being, foster human interaction, and build a true community. We want to recruit, train, and retain quality staff to provide excellent customer service and enhance the programs offered by the department. Finally, we want to maintain our current facilities and incorporate improvements that ensure safety, sustainability, and accessibility. Mayor and City Council, on behalf of the Parks and Recreation Department, we want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you and the residents of Boulder City our annual review.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, or all positive, I would expect? Go ahead, Councilwoman Jorgensen.
Yes, thank you for sharing this information. I think it's, we don't often recognize that you have 13 divisions and that you wear so many hats. Sometimes we just participate in our own little section of it. We might bike up at Bootleg Canyon and think that's great, or we might have kids that are participating in the sports program, and we don't see everything that you do. Might have had a wedding, one of the, how many did you say? 16? Was it a lot of weddings? One is enough for me. So I just wanted to thank you, because this program actually is, and I've said this before, the face of the city a lot of times, because you have the opportunity to work for the youngest among us and the not as youngest among us, right? And I just went with my grandkids to the Xeriscape Park. It was tucked away. I said, hey, let's take them there. It was fantastic. We got to spend 45 minutes there, and it is kind of for the littlers, which was nice, and they're still little. So we enjoy these programs, these upgrades, all sorts of things. I was super excited to hear about the 30% increase and that the youth are utilizing the opportunity to do these sports programs and get involved and maybe see what they're good at and what they like. Also the swim, and hopefully that hasn't, I know there was a concern in the past a little bit about providing instructors, and I don't know if you've run into that problem. Have you run into a problem with that?
I'll speak on that. So it's always hard to find qualified lifeguards, and we are looking at ways to keep them once we get them, get some of the swim team members to train them, and hopefully they'll stay for a couple years and maybe come back for college, after college. We're getting more and more lifeguards as we get closer to summer. I think it clicks in their head, we got a month left in school. I better call and get a job for the summer. And, I assured Cherie that that's probably going to happen probably next month. They'll say, oh, I need to be a lifeguard again, and they'll give us a call. But right now we're closed Sundays, and we're fighting to keep it open on Saturdays because of lack of staff. Most lifeguards are 19-hour-a-week people, and there's only X amount of hours that they can work in a year, so it's really a hard thing to schedule them.
Okay. I do think the swim team's a perfect place for recruitment. They have a lot of the essentials, right? Being able to swim. So just thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for taking on a new online registration, because that is nice, and that is about where we needed to be right now. So it's nice. I've heard it from my sister-in-law and brother that they appreciate that. They still have little ones. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions or observations?
Did a great job.
So would you like to put that on the record?
I would like to put that on the record.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Booth. Any other comments? Thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We will now move to number 8, presentation regarding Boulder City's treated effluent water, and who is going to introduce the people from the greater Las Vegas area.
I can introduce. So this is Doa Ross with the Southern Nevada Water Authority, and she will be providing a presentation on options for Boulder City's effluent recycled treated water.
And if I may ask, after that presentation, we have discussion and staff direction after that presentation. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Ross.
All right, thank you. My name is Doa Ross. I'm the Deputy General Manager for Engineering for the Southern Nevada Water Authority. And if you will indulge me for just a few minutes, I would like to kind of give a little bit of a brief piece of history as to why we were even here in the first place. Starting off with, first of all, for us, Nevada, our legal entitlement from the Colorado River is only 1.8% of that river. By law, we're legally entitled to 300,000 acre feet of water, and that was determined way back in the day, and it's not going to go up. In fact, it's only going down from there. What that entitlement is the amount of water that we're allowed to take out of the river and never return. So that's what we call consumptive use. If the water is removed from Lake Mead and never returned, that is consumptive use. So it goes against our amount that we're allowed. Today, in 2023, we are allowed to take 275,000 acre feet because we are in a declared shortage level 2. As Lake Mead continues to drop, our legal entitlement, or our allotment that we're allowed to take out consumptive use, will continue to decline. So our goal as the authority is to reduce our consumptive use as much as possible. So when we look at everything we do, it is everything that we consider outdoor use, anything that does not return water to the river. That's consumptive use. So that's just a little bit of history. Return flow credits is generally how we do that. Anything that wastewater is collected, returned to the Las Vegas Wash, Mother Nature does its part. it gets back into Lake Mead, and then every gallon returned is another gallon we may take out. So that goes against that number. For example, in the year 2021, SNWA delivered to all of its members, including Boulder City, over 560,000 acre-feet of water. That's more than double what we're allowed to take at this moment, right? So we delivered 560,000, but our consumptive use was only 244,000. In other words, every other gallon we returned. So I'm just giving you that for a little bit of backstory history. Additionally, in 2019, the Southern Nevada Water Authority put together a call to all of the members to say we are proposing a new major construction and capital plan, asking each of the members, do you have any projects that you would like considered to be covered in that? Asking every single one of the members at that time, Boulder City said, what about doing something to return our wastewater? So we had come up with a conceptual plan. We went from your treatment plant, essentially finding a connection over within City of Henderson, talking to Henderson at the time, could you receive their flow? Yes. We had an estimate, a really rough estimate of what that cost would be so that we could put that into the dollar planning of the MCCP. It went into the original budget, but when it came time to approve the MCCP, the council within Boulder City at that time asked us to remove the project, did not want it included at all. So we deleted the project from the list of qualified projects in the MCCP. However, the $26 million, we had already factored in the dollars, so we moved it into a category called additional resources, or resources essentially. Projects that we could go after for securing water, anything along those lines. So as I'm here today, Boulder City reached out to us again and said, okay, it's been a couple years. I think we need to consider something to do with our wastewater. And so you've heard that $26 million amount in there. That's because it's still sitting in our budget. We've had it. We just never had a named project included in our MCCP at the direction of the council. So when I came before City Council a couple months back in 2022, it was to ask permission of the council to begin having conversations with staff within Boulder City to explore the realm of possibilities of what to do to recycle that water. Return flow credit or recycle within the community, but some way or another extending the resource and reducing the consumptive use. What we walked away with was going and having those conversations. The promise was to come back before council with all of the possibilities and then get council's recommendation on what they would like to have further explored. That is when we would start putting dollars down and saying we'll hire a consultant and actually do a deep dive scope feasibility study. It was never our intent to do a full feasibility. In fact, we didn't even really want to get too much into the dollars because we don't design wastewater treatment facilities. We design water facilities. So we would want a consultant to do more of that. Plus, they'd have to take in consideration what Boulder City already has in terms of costs. So if you'd indulge me, I'd like to go through all the options that staff within Boulder City, as well as our folks, have come up with and what those look like. Pros and cons to all of them.
Now, is this what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. It's
Well, actually, what I'm going to go through is the presentation.
Okay.
I understand Joe had mentioned that you guys were requesting just a place to put the rough estimates. And I say rough because they are rough. And to answer the public question about the contingency is an inflated amount. So if we say we think it's going to cost this, we add 50% contingency because it could be more than that. And so we just inflate the cost. This is common when you do not have an actual design. Engineers don't ever give estimates up front without throwing a lot of contingency onto them because we don't know until we get into the weeds of what the actual design is going to look like and what costs will really look like. Okay. So, overview here. Just so some statistics out here. City of Boulder City currently operates a wastewater treatment facility with an average effluent rate of about 33.5 million gallons per month, which is roughly 1,200 acre feet per year, with low seasonal variability. You guys are pretty well consistent. The city has contract with a local quarry operation for an average of about 7.25 million gallons per month, which is roughly 267 acre feet, which has significant unpredictable variability. They're using that for, I believe, dust control purposes out there. The remaining volume, however, though, 967 acre feet per year, is discharged to evaporation ponds. Boulder City is the only SNWA partner agency who does not recover any of their indoor water use. So back to the beginning when I was starting to talk about, Boulder City is 100% consumptive use. Every single drop pulled out of Lake Mead and delivered to Boulder City is lost for good. So that's the point why we're here, trying to talk about how do we recover that and get back into a situation of a beneficial use, reducing that consumptive footprint. The city does operate 2 golf courses irrigated using a combination of raw and potable water. In 2021, Boulder City Golf Course used about almost 314 million gallons for irrigation, while Boulder Creek used almost 420 million gallons. The city also maintains numerous irrigated parks and common spaces, including Veterans Memorial Park, Veterans Cemetery, Bicentennial Park, Hemingway Park, and numerous other facilities. All of these properties' irrigation needs are currently met through a raw water distribution system. I want to give just another piece of knowledge. Boulder City has 2 feeds coming in from SNWA. One potable line, which is treated drinking water, and the other is raw water. Though having one potable line is a bit of a risk from the fact that if there's ever a reason to have to shut that down or if there's an emergency, you guys have only one source of water coming in to drink from. So it would mean a complete shutdown. Generally speaking, redundancy is a lot better. Raw water can't be used for drinking. So I'm just pointing that out because I'm going to mention some of these as I go through these slides. So in 2021, this just kind of shows from your wastewater treatment plant how much wastewater was produced each month. And you can see generally it's pretty well consistent each month. There isn't a huge variability between seasons. The treated effluent sales, this is what goes to the quarry, is you can see by month. Generally pretty consistent. So we feel confident saying what their average is. This is basically the effluent that is not being used, and it's sent out to the desert to evaporate. This is what we're trying to say, let's get some use out of that. Let's reduce that consumptive use for Boulder City. So the wastewater options that we considered were conveyance. This was the original one. Number 1 was the original thought, which was get it to City of Henderson, let City of Henderson treat it, and return flow credits all the way around. Second option is direct reuse for Boulder City irrigation, and I'm going to go through these in a little bit more detail. The third option is return to Lake Mead via recharge well for return flow credits. And then the fourth option is really not meant to be another option. What the fourth option really is options 1 and 3 with an opportunity for City of Boulder City to reduce costs or make money. So in option 1, this returns the wastewater to City of Henderson. When we originally looked at this in 2019, the path that was going to City of Henderson followed I-11. Unfortunately, since then, there's been a lot of development along there with respect to the solar fields, so we can't go that direction. So it would actually require sending the wastewater towards El Dorado Valley and then going back up the hill. That changes a lot of things. El Dorado Valley sits at a lower elevation, which means we went from 1 pump lift station to now needing 2 lift stations and a lot more pipe. But the components of this includes 2 pumping stations, a 12-inch pipeline, The 24-inch casing just is a structural component around the pipeline. It's not a different diameter pipe. It's still a 12-inch pipe inside of a 24-inch casing. That's a requirement by NDOT. NDOT says if you're going to put pipe in my roadway along the highway, it has to be within a casing because they expect that we can pull it out. It's structurally better. And if ever there's a leak, it doesn't undermine the highway. The graph that's on the bottom just shows you basically the elevation, how we have to flow uphill, and that's by lifting it. So the change in elevation is such that we would need 2 lift stations. So conveyance to City of Henderson, it does provide 100% utilization of the treated effluent. So that reduces the consumptive footprint, return flow credits. Every gallon returned to Lake Mead is another gallon that can come back out for everybody's beneficial use. Water returned to City of Henderson does not mean Henderson gets to use it. It's water that goes back to Southern Nevada Water Authority. It's our account of what we get to do with it, and that includes delivering water to Boulder City. It does require, though, an operating agreement with City of Henderson to treat that wastewater. So in this particular option, there would be no improvements made to the City of Boulder City treatment plant. You'd still continue doing your stage 1 treatment that you already do, and then you would send that wastewater on to City of Henderson to treat it at their treatment plant, which is to a much higher level to be able to return it to Lake Mead. They would charge an operational cost agency to agency, not the kind of cost they would charge to individual customers. So it'd be a straight pay it cost for doing it. It does allow for repurposing existing raw water distribution network as a potable system backup. So if we were to convert your raw water line to a potable line, then that means you're not receiving raw water to all of your irrigation purposes. You'd be getting potable all the way around, and you would have a redundant system. It does not require wastewater treatment plant upgrades or replacement to the existing Boulder City treatment plant. Now, we included some costs. These costs do not take into consideration, when we look at operating annual costs, the annual costs. This was an estimate based on assuming you're sending 1 million gallons per day to City of Henderson, still accounting for the amount that's used by the quarry. Capital costs that's listed, the 42 million, this is based on what we know what a lift station would cost. What we know, we have very strong numbers for 12-inch pipe and strong numbers for casings. The asterisk on the bottom, this is new from 2019. When we originally communicated with City of Henderson in 2019, they never indicated that they needed some additional improvements to upsize their facilities at their treatment plant or additional connection costs. In conversations with them today, they do need to have those. And this is not just exclusive to Boulder City. El Dorado Valley has to do the same thing too, to be able to send their wastewater along. So I put that in here so that everybody understands that this is now the most expensive option to send it to City of Henderson. But I'm just being transparent so you guys know all the conversations we've had. Before I move on to the second option, do you have any questions on the first one?
Any questions? Go ahead, Councilman.
So of the 26 million, that's all the more that you're going to come up with is 26 million for the building of the project?
No, and actually, when we got into, I really didn't want to do price discussions only because of the fact that when we came here, we said, we're willing to do this. We're desperate to get every last drop of water, obviously. We want to keep our consumptive use down because the reality is we have 3 levels of Lake Mead that we know what our cut is going to be. If Lake Mead drops below 1025, we have no idea what the federal government is going to do to us because there is no negotiated cut. They could, if they wanted to, come in and say, cut your use by 50%. Suddenly, we're in a desperate cry for return flow credits. So I didn't want to even talk about dollars because SNWA is willing to come to the table. If we're getting return flow credits, that's part of that bucket, that additional resources, we're gonna fund this. Where we're limited is on the second option, which is the recycled water, because it does not actually return flow credit. It does, in some respects, extend the use, but it's not one-to-one. You'll find that out if you talk to golf courses who use recycled water. They need more than the amount of water that they're normally getting just simply to push the solids and the salts down below the roots of the grass. So they have to water a lot more than normal. And so it does use a little bit more. So it's not a straight one-to-one reuse. It is better. We'll definitely say that. It's better than letting it evaporate, but it's not a one-to-one. So it's not, it doesn't extend the resource as much. So the 26 million, we'll put it towards that, absolutely. But then the above and beyond is covered by City of Boulder City.
Before you go on,
Sure.
could you clarify for me the raw water line? You mentioned something about the raw water line. If we do number 2, what happens to the raw water line?
I'm going to go into that on number 2.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I just make sure that I heard you correctly and get a clarification? So anything that gives return flow credit, SNWA would pay 100% of the expenses.
For the capital costs, yes.
For the capital costs.
Yes.
Ongoing cost, however, would be our responsibility on an annual or
That's
monthly,
correct.
whatever basis.
That's
Okay.
correct,
So
yes.
really what we're looking at is those two things.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Doa, thank you for being here, and thank you for your initial comments and clarifications.
Sure.
Appreciate it. So a couple of my questions are in relation to your initial introduction. And to reiterate, and I think Councilmember Jorgensen touched on it, the goal of approaching Boulder City was to reduce our consumptive use, not necessarily to reuse in some other fashion.
It's to reduce the consumptive use. And there is some reduction of consumptive use if you're using a recycling situation.
Right, I understood that,
Yeah.
but I want to talk, the primary goal.
Primary goal, yes.
The whole reason you are here is because you want to see us reduce our consumptive use.
Absolutely.
And that's what's of value
Absolutely.
to Southern Nevada in general, to SNWA and every purveyor, retail client,
Absolutely.
right? So I think that's important to acknowledge and reiterate that, because I think you, in one of your original presentations over the last couple of years, said when reuse is an option, you see that communities come up with, and I think the quote was, perverse uses so that they use extra water because in the off-season they have to make
do.
up ways to use it, right? Was that you that said that?
Yeah, they do have to do that.
Yeah,
Yes.
and so that's also a consideration in the direct reuse option, which we haven't talked about yet, but I just
Sure.
wanted to clarify our goal, first of all. And then, let me find my other question here. We have seen a reduction of the allotment for Southern Nevada through SNWA, down now to, the number that you gave us was
275,000.
275,000 acre feet per year. Has that reduction been correspondingly passed on to the customers?
Well,
So in other words, what's
effectively-
Boulder City's?
Right. We haven't had to reduce your allowable use. The way we've been able to stay ahead of that is through our conservation efforts. So a lot of the difficult decisions that all of our elected officials have had to make with respect to pool size and golf course budgets and turf limitations, all those things are getting us that reduction so we stay constantly ahead of the curve. For example, in 2022, our consumptive use was just about 224,000 acre feet. So we've dropped even. So I said in 2020, we were at 242, I think it was, and we went down to 224. So we're reducing that simply by all the turf conversions, the additional code changes that we've made to reduce that consumptive use. We're doing it all the way across the board. All the purveyor members are adopting these, and I think actually Boulder City was extremely impressive by adopting all of these things all at once to be able to jump ahead even of some of the other city agencies. Everybody's coming on board to make the same changes. Things like AB 356, the non-functional turf, that's helping us. All of these measures we're taking are to reduce that consumptive use footprint. It's the outdoor use. If it's used within a building that's connected to the sewer and going to a treatment plant that gets back out to the lake, it's pretty much a perpetual motion machine because it's about 99% recovered. There's still a little bit lost through the actual sludge. But the rest is return flow credit. Every gallon we return, take another gallon out. So it doesn't go against our budget.
Right. Thank you. Those are my two questions.
Okay. Any other questions on that first option before I go into the second one?
Go for it.
Okay. Okay, second option, direct reuse, which is essentially, this would require upgrading the wastewater treatment facility. It would include treated wastewater pipelines. So what we originally had thought of was, what if we were to be able to serve the immediately adjacent facilities, Veterans Memorial, Boulder Creek Municipal Golf Course. Unfortunately, their demands are not nearly enough. We would have still been sending things out to the evaporation ponds. So that wasn't clearly enough. So through the collective we, and I say we because this is Boulder City staff as well as our staff, putting our heads together, we said, what if we repurposed the raw water facilities starting from the Black Mountain Reservoir all the way down? This would mean we wouldn't have to install a bunch of purple pipe because essentially we would reclassify that raw water line as a purple pipe. We'd use that Black Mountain Reservoir as a recycled water reservoir. That way, all the water being generated through the wastewater treatment facility would be filling up that reservoir, and then it could then go to everything that does receive irrigation, the rest of the park facilities within Boulder City. That utilized all of the flow. So in that scenario, it provides 100% utilization of treated effluent. It does not require any operating agreements with any other local municipalities. It requires a wastewater treatment plant upgrade and replacement for improved water quality effluents needed to that irrigation. It involves repurposing the existing raw water line, blending potable and treated wastewater for irrigation. The raw water that comes in normally to the Black Mountain Reservoir, it's separated through air gap and can continue to supplement. So say there's not enough wastewater recycled created to meet all the irrigation needs, we could supplement with some additional raw water or even potable water, doesn't matter. Blend it in and continue using the same infrastructure. It allows for potential repurposing of the existing raw water transmission system, as I had originally talked about. If you're recycling your water, again, we could turn that raw water feed that comes from SNWA into a potable water feed for redundancy for the city of Boulder City. And water quality implications of using high TDS treated wastewater during winter months require monitoring and management at the end user level. So it puts a little bit more responsibility on, in this case, Parks and Rec or the golf course superintendents to manage the water quality that's coming in. And this is where I say it gets a little difficult. It's not a one-to-one relationship because a lot of the golf courses that have experienced this, especially in the desert Southwest, where we don't get enough rain, we don't get enough, we have a lot of hard water solids coming in from the treatment, that they end up having to use a little bit more potable water, or they have to irrigate a little bit more than normal to get the solids down past the roots. So it means a little bit of monitoring on the part of the end user. You kind of have to become a little bit of a soil scientist, a little bit of a water quality monitor to be able to manage the areas perfectly. This does not, though, replace anything that's currently getting a potable water potable water feed for for example, the greens at the golf courses or anything like that. It would still assume keeping with that. So some of these assumptions that we use, first of all, include taking into consideration the recent changes that all of the purveyor members within SNWA have adopted. The Boulder City Golf Course would reduce its irrigation usage to 4 acre-feet per irrigatable acre, and that's something that everybody has adopted to change. Same thing with Boulder Creek. Veterans Memorial Park, Veterans Cemetery, they would reduce their water by about 20% by the time the project is operational. This is for converting the non-functional and marginal grass areas to drip irrigated landscape, improve irrigation efficiency, and or potentially convert turf areas to warm season varieties. These are all things that it sounds like, based on the last presentation, that your Parks and Rec are already kind of on top of all of that, and we like to see that. But we're taking these things into assumption on the demands. So we're not taking today's use, we're taking what's the future use, kind of the worst case scenario, right? What's the future use, assuming AB 356, golf course watering budget is all aligned with. You've even converted cool season to warm season turf, a lot lower water demand across the board. Can we still utilize the effluent? And the answer is yes. So that's a good thing because we went conservative on that. 100% of the effluent will be used even in the low irrigation months, and then on the high irrigation months, you'd supplement from the potable system. So some of the things, this just kind of shows you demands based on the location. So Boulder City Golf Course, you can see obviously for obvious reasons, their demands are going to be higher in the warmer months and lower in the colder months. We assumed 4 acre-feet of water per irrigatable acre at that time. Boulder Creek Golf Course, same thing, same assumptions, the 4 acre-feet per irrigatable acre. You can see their demands, and I'm going to show you this in a combined slide in a second. And then Veterans Memorial Park irrigation, we assumed all of the efficiency improvements that I had just talked about. Marginal non-functional turf coming out, maybe even converting cool season to warm season turf. And then Veterans Cemetery, same thing with those efficiencies. So when we put them all together, if you were to take the irrigation system as is right now, the raw water line, and replace that recycled water, the demands within Boulder City under future conditions, meeting all of the SNWA guidelines, looks like this. And so if you take that with what the effluent is versus what the demands are, now you see how in some months you have too much wastewater generated and you wouldn't have enough demand in the colder months. But in the warmer months, there's more demand than there is being produced by the wastewater. So that's why utilizing the Black Mountain Reservoir as a holding area to collect when you have lower demands and utilize it when you have higher demands, and only supplement with the potable system as needed, we can validate that you can use 100% of that recycled water. Again, costs in here, without us being wastewater treatment design facilities, the only thing we took for close idea is we took the costs that were associated with constructing the Desert Breeze recycled water facility, which is now no longer in use, but in Clark County, it was the recycled water treatment plant. We took their costs, scaled it down to what your size is necessary, added a 50% contingency, and that's kind of how we came up with this amount. We're trying to take it based on today's dollars, but again, once we have a consultant do a deep dive, they would get into it more. Now, the operating costs, I do want to specifically identify. This seems ridiculously high. The operating costs, we looked at, what does it cost Clark County to run that particular facility? We did not take into consideration that you already have a facility. You already have operators. You already have a reduced power cost. You already have all that. This operating cost is assuming you had nothing and you were starting from scratch. So when we hire a consultant to do their true deep dive scope and feasibility, they would then start looking at what existing facilities do you have in your treatment plant? How many operators do you have? What are they licensed for? Do you already have the ability to treat to this level or not? They would then start subtracting that out from the O&M costs. And so the difference might end up being, say, half of that or something along those lines, because you do already have investments in there. We took that quote, assuming nothing that we know about City of Boulder City. That's if it was a brand new operation today. Any questions on second alternative before I go into the third?
Any questions?
I have a clarifying
Councilman.
question, please. You had mentioned converting from cool season turf to warm season turf. But the question specifically is, are those cool season turfs not compatible with treated to the standard effluent, so there's a requirement
No.
to change turf.
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, they can be treated. It's just that when you look at what you're trying to do to be more water efficient, reducing your footprint as a city, and we incentivize you, by the way, to convert to that warm season turf. Warm season turf uses roughly a third of the water, I believe it is, than cool season turf. It goes dormant in the winter. And it's just a more efficient turf. So if you need turf in an area and it's functional, if you can replace it, it helps to reduce that demand overall. And it still is conserving water still.
Thank you. In discussions with some of the golf course personnel, there was an indication, and not with certainty, but that the greens and the type of turf there is different than the warm season turf,
Yes.
and therefore would need to be potentially watered with
Yes.
a different source.
Yes, the greens are very fickle, and generally speaking, rightfully so, golf courses need them green. And so that's a different type of grass, and it is really truly supposed to receive potable water. It really isn't going to survive with treated effluent.
So some of the lines that we have there, so it's, in essence, we'll have to have two different kinds of lines going to the golf
yes,
courses.
and they already
right?
do, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I believe they already do have a different feed that goes to the greens from the raw. But if not, then it would have to be separated out that way.
Okay, and we would have to take a deep dive into that. If
Yes,
that was
and
an option
that again
also.
is what's going to flesh out when we get to a consultant.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
So maybe there's a little bit of discrepancy if we look at that with our golf courses about what is potable and what is the reuse? Or
I
did you
think
figure that into
we
the graph?
factored in none of the recycled water being used on the greens. So when we figured out how much water could be used, we did not consider your greens at all, knowing how fickle that can be. And golf course superintendents just shake their head. They don't want to deal with any recycled water on that. And we're okay with that. That's fine.
Any other questions? I have a question if no one else does. The Black Mountain Reservoir is deep enough, big enough to literally hold enough water so that we can hold it and make that graph so it doesn't go like this?
Yes, essentially, and I believe it's a 10 million gallon reservoir, yeah. So you basically be filling it each day, but part of it's coming back out for irrigation. So it's kind of a demand management situation. But the idea is you could fill it all the way, probably during your colder months, because you'd use less for irrigation. And then when you get into your warmer months, you're going to drain it down faster, and you'll find that you're not producing enough wastewater to actually fill it. And that's when you would supplement from the potable system.
And let's just pretend there's another golf course out there called Cascada. Where do they get their water, and does that come in? Is there any connection to our potables and our raw water sources that it uses?
Any of the facilities in Boulder City that are currently receiving raw water would be receiving the treated recycled water in this scenario. So if they are not currently a raw water customer at all, if they're strictly potable, then it doesn't do anything to them. They're completely separate.
So I guess this is going to be to our utility
Are you
folks
familiar?
about how Cascada gets its water, and
Okay, Cascada, he said it's raw, so it would be part of the same using recycled water.
does it count from Boulder City's water? I mean, we're talking about 3 courses, and we haven't named Cascada yet.
Was Cascada in your analysis of that?
No.
No?
We only looked at Boulder City.
Okay, yeah, so the analysis that we did for the demand management only looked at those that were operated by Boulder City. So it would only actually add to the amount of 100% use in terms of anything above and beyond what Boulder City is using. If it's currently using raw water from the Boulder City system, it would be able to then receive recycled water, and so it's only going to add more of the actual usage, which is good. I mean, we show that we can use 100%. That's still going to be using 100%.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Doa, a question about the redundancy or converting to raw, and this wouldn't allow for that, right? So,
No. Well, you mean, are you talking about the feed that comes in from SNWA?
right.
Yes, it would allow for it.
So this option, but we're going to continue in option 2 to receive the raw to blend with the treated water, right?
If you want to, or if Boulder City had a wish to say, I would rather have a redundant water system, then we could convert that raw water feed from SNWA to a potable water feed, and then all you'd do is just blend potable water with it.
Rather than with raw.
Right.
Right.
Mhm.
And when you took into account the operational costs, did you also include, well, I guess, did you include that being converted to potable or only being used as raw?
No, actually, that's separate and above, that's outside of this, because what we would be doing is taking your wastewater from the treatment plant, pumping it back up into the Black Mountain Reservoir and gravity feeding everything. So the feed that comes from SNWA, which is a raw water line, feeds downhill into Black Mountain Reservoir. It would just not feed to Black Mountain Reservoir. It could, if you kept it as raw, it would feed. It would have to be air gapped, but it would feed. If you didn't want that, wanted that potable, then eventually we could just interconnect the raw water line with the potable line, because it would be 2 potable lines, and now you have 2 sources coming from us.
Right. I guess my point is that for the ongoing operational costs, if we convert that to potable that's currently raw, we pay more for potable water than we do for raw water.
That is true,
So
yes.
that would increase our annual operational costs.
Yes,
by
that's
doing
true.
that. And was that figured into the conversation at all, or is that strictly a decision Boulder City could make if we want to go redundant with potable or not, and then figure that out after?
No, we didn't figure that into any of the operating costs, but we can absolutely do that, because if that was the decision that Boulder City wanted to stay with the raw water line, then that's fine. It's really nothing different. The benefit is if you're using the recycled water, you're actually purchasing way less raw water from us. You're
And
only
that may offset that whole
exactly
equation, right?
Yeah, and we
Okay.
could definitely parcel that out a little bit more detailed when we get into the formal study.
Thank you.
Councilman Fox.
With the water going into the Black Mountain Reservoir, would that mess up any, I know we do a lot of vents over there, would that mess anything up? I've never seen water in there, so, which I know there has been, I believe, things down inside the reservoir when it's dry. But
I'll have to check into that for you, but if it's full of water, then
Yeah.
of course we won't be able to use it for anything else.
yeah, and then same with, Bootleg Canyon, all the bike trails, I don't know if that would mess anything up as well.
I don't believe it would.
It would be in a closed system, so it's not going to be open.
Okay.
It would be inside pipes below ground, inside of reservoir, so not open.
Okay, so,
Mr.
gotcha.
Mayor.
All right.
Maybe we can have DOA or even Mr. Stubitz clarify the Black Mountain Reservoir, exactly what it is we're talking about, because I think there might be a misconception there.
It's a tank, above ground tank, closed.
Right, and that's, I think, what the misconception is.
Yeah. Sorry, in our world, reservoir, we like to keep the water from evaporating. So as much as we possibly can, our reservoirs are either below ground or a tank, but we try not to let it be open to evaporation.
All right, thank you. So, to clarify, number 2 does not decrease our consumptive use.
It does not increase your consumptive use, no.
It doesn't decrease our consumptive.
It does decrease your consumptive use, just not 1-to-1. So if you, without knowing exactly how obviously golf courses and so forth are managed, but from what we've learned from our other members who had recycled water facilities, on average, if you would deliver a gallon of water of potable water to a golf course, you need probably 1.25 gallons of recycled water. So it's not a 1-to-1. It does extend the resource, just not a straight return flow credit method. It is extending the resource. It's way better than evaporating it out. And you are reusing the water. It's just at a fraction, not 1-to-1. It's almost, probably say 3/4 to 1.
So we don't get return flow credits, but we decrease our consumptive
That's
use.
right. You decrease the amount of water you're actually pulling out of the lake.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? We'll let you proceed then, thank you.
All right. Okay, so option 3, this is actually, I have to give full credit to the staff within Boulder City for coming up this one. So the original raw water line that fed from Hoover Dam into Boulder City before becoming a customer of SNWA was this pretty old line, which nobody is convinced that it's in fantastic condition, and we understand that. But one thing that we do really well is slip line and rehabilitate existing pipes. So the suggestion was, what if we treated the wastewater, returned it out towards Hoover Dam to get return flow credits, but have absolutely nothing to do with City of Henderson. So that was the discussion. So this option would include, of course, upgrading the wastewater treatment facility. We would include a pumping station to be able to lift the water up. It would include relining the existing pipeline that's out there, approximately 18,000 feet of it, and, about 3.5 miles of slip lining. The pipeline going from the treatment plant up to that original raw water line is about 18,000 feet of that. And then slip lining the raw water line that's out there and drilling an artificial recharge well. So we don't actually have to physically take it all the way out to Hoover Dam to deliver water. In fact, it's preferred we don't, because to deliver water to the surface is a much higher requirement for treatment, and that would be even more expensive. But if we return it to a recharge well, we're essentially creating that Mother Nature buffer. We're sending it back into the ground where it is influenced by Lake Mead and the waters out there, and we can get return flow credits by sending it into the ground where it does end up in Lake Mead. And it's got that environmental buffer, so we don't have to do as much treatment to your treatment facility. This particular option provides for 100% utilization of the treated effluent. This is return flow credits. Requires wastewater treatment plant upgrade to improve the quality for release to the groundwater level. It will require a special dispensation from the Bureau of Reclamation to receive return flow credits, but we're already confident that will work. And it allows for potential repurposing of the existing raw water line. Again, all of these options really do. It's just something to consider. And it does not require any operating agreements with any other local municipalities. So this is truly treated within Boulder City, return for return flow credits within Boulder City, end of day. That's it. So when we look at the costs, again, we do have very firm costs that we know about with respect to a pumping station with pipelines and even slip lining. So these are pretty solid costs that we feel very good about. The O&M costs, again, same as what I discussed in option 2. We assumed you have nothing, and we're starting with what do you need to hire an operator, chemicals and power and all the kind of stuff based on what we know was in Clark County. And then, of course, adding a whole bunch of contingencies to that. So as we get into a full study, we would then take a look at what you already have, reduce that off, and your operating costs will come down significantly when we actually factor in your existing employees, existing abilities, plus your reduced costs and power that you have within Boulder City. Before I move on, any questions?
Councilman Fox.
Since the water's being returned and we get the return flow credits, that the cost, right, is covered by SNWA?
The capital construction, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And additionally, with that option, you would still have the ability to receive raw water if you want to continue. Nothing would change within the way the community is receiving irrigation water at all. It would only be a difference if you decided to change over to potable water at some point in time in the future. Then that line and that reservoir would just start receiving potable water. That's all.
Any other questions, observations?
And Ms. Ross, I just wanted to add one point. So on our operations of our current wastewater plant, we spend about $950,000 a year on just operations.
Okay.
And then this year we had also budgeted $2.2 million in capital expenses.
Okay. So yeah, taking in consideration what your current operating costs are, that's only going to deduct from the O&M costs that we keep estimating, because we did not even take into consideration what your current costs already are and abilities to do that. So it would just be above and beyond what you're currently spending. We just didn't factor that in because we didn't want to get too far into the weeds without knowing the design. And that would be part of what the consultant comes out with.
And if I may follow up with that, what the city manager has suggested and what Councilman Fox has said. So how does our 2.2 million budgeting look like with your capital cost commitment to pay the capital cost?
So I'm not sure what that sounds like capital improvement that you would be doing within your existing treatment plant?
Correct. It is ARPA funded, but it
Okay.
varies year to year.
Okay.
The actual operational cost is that $950,000. So that would be deducted from the 1.7 million number. So right now we're spending $950.
So would your capital improvement costs that you're talking about be ARPA funded as well?
No, it's funded through SNWA.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I should say, we're applying for every grant out there. There's a lot of grant money to be given for return flow credits. So we have applied, actually, with the Bureau of Reclamation, with everybody else, we've applied for everything for Boulder City. We actually did find out, and we sat down with the people for this, and I was going to get to that on my last slide, but I'll let you know that now. We made sure that even the recycled water option is acceptable as an option. It's just reducing the use overall out of the lake. So anything that can extend the resource a little bit better is good. It's helping the system. So we've applied for grant money to even start to do that study. And we're feeling very good about it, that they're going to announce who gets that in October. If we get that, then we're automatically in consideration for a big chunk of money that would pay for capital costs as well. So SNWA, of course, is coming to the table with this, but we're also going to go after every grant money we can to help reduce the overall consumptive use in Boulder City.
And that would be passed on to our project, whatever it is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we would apply for it in the name of Boulder City. Yeah.
Councilwoman Jorgensen.
I just had a question regarding the treatment plant. I see that you gave kind of the same numbers, but I was wondering, between direct reuse for irrigation and then putting back into the recharge well, is there a different level of treatment that
Yeah.
we need to do? And then would that change the cost of the facilities that we had to put in, or the things that we had to put in place?
There is a higher level of treatment required to be able to return it to return flow credits on the option 3, because you're basically going straight to the groundwater, as opposed to option 1, which goes to the wastewater treatment plant in Henderson, which they already have a process, and sending it back out to the Las Vegas wash to be able to have Mother Nature do its part. So there would be a little bit more treatment involved, and we didn't include any additional costs on that at the moment because we don't really know those yet. But as we find out what is required permitting-wise through Bureau of Reclamation to be able to return that to the ground, not surface water recharge, but groundwater recharge, which influences the river, we'd find out what that requirement is and then be able to adjust that cost accordingly.
Mr. Mayor, I thought your question was between option 2 and 3.
Oh,
Is there
sorry.
a difference in the treatment?
Yeah, there should be,
Requirement.
because that's what I'm saying, is I believe that the treatment required for option 3 is a little bit more than option 2. So we
Okay.
didn't change the number in the capital cost because we don't know what that treatment amount is going to need to be. It really depends on what they tell us we have to achieve level-wise, and then that could be factored in as well, too, so.
Any other questions? All right, proceed, please.
All right. So, and actually, this is kind of partially titled correctly, but for fourth option really is just for consideration. Obviously, despite anything that anybody desires or not, El Dorado Valley has been annexed within City of Henderson, the area and the county has been annexed within City of Henderson, and they plan to develop. They're not developing homes out there. They plan to develop mostly industrial warehousing kind of things. No matter what, they still have wastewater, and their wastewater has to return to City of Henderson. Right now, because of the elevations of where their facilities are going to be with full build-out, They're looking at probably 4 lift stations to get it up to City of Henderson. They have to pay connection charges. They have to pay into City of Henderson's capital improvements for improving their sizing and capacities. The town, or the developer within El Dorado Valley said, what if Boulder City were to become, like El Dorado Valley could be a customer of Boulder City? Rather than sending their wastewater to City of Henderson, whatever option Boulder City is doing, 1 and 3, Boulder City could, if they wanted to, negotiate with El Dorado Valley to receive their wastewater, treat it, send it for return flow credits, and you can charge El Dorado Valley as a customer, whatever your customer rates are. I'm only bringing this up because they would have to spend the money to lift their wastewater to get to your treatment plant. But it's 1 lift station for them and some pipe. Not a long distance to go. And they're willing to pay Boulder City to be their wastewater receiver rather than having to pay all that infrastructure to get it to City of Henderson plus capital improvements within City of Henderson. So there is an opportunity if Boulder City decides to negotiate with them to offset some costs, offset your operating costs. I don't know what that looks like, and I'm not really here to tell you that, but I'm letting you know that there is that opportunity should Boulder City decide at some point in time down the road that that's what you want to go towards. The group within El Dorado Valley, the developer right now, has a master plan, which right now says they have to return their wastewater to Henderson. But they are definitely open to cost sharing, to offsetting costs to Boulder City, whatever it is, to be able to send their wastewater to Boulder City's treatment plant, which is so much closer. I only throw that out because each of these options, well, option 1 and 2, return flow credits, they're required to send their wastewater back. As a new development, this is a requirement for out-of-valley water use. You guys are a different situation because you're already here, and we're asking you to return it. El Dorado Valley has to. So in options 1 and 3, if you wanted to, you could negotiate with El Dorado Valley to offset costs and receive money from them and make them a customer.
If I can understand it, then your little map gets their annexed water, I'll call it, to Boulder City Treatment Plant at their expense to get it to Boulder City Treatment Plant, then it would be our options to send it to the well, I'll call it, or
Right.
send it back over to their treatment plant.
To Henderson, yes.
Either one.
Either one, yeah.
But in the meantime, they would be investing in their pipe to us and have options, I'll call it, to invest with us to get it over the hill to down Hemingway Valley or back to them uphill with 4 pump stations.
Right. Yeah, if that was something that you guys were interested in doing, yes, they have to pay for everything that would get their wastewater delivered to the front door of your treatment plant. They'd have to get it there, so that's entirely at their cost. Then, depending on what option you choose, if SNWA is paying for the facilities to get it to Henderson or to Hemingway, as we're calling it, either one of those, then they're just basically going to piggyback, and where you guys as an agency get to make money is off of them on operating costs or sewer bills from a hereforth situation.
And that would take us out of the number 2 option of keeping it contained within our valley, as it were. They would have to get it over the hill or
They
over
have
the
to.
other hill.
Yes, they're
They-
required to return it for return
So
flow
if we-
credits.
If we did a relationship with them, we would have to do either 1 or 3,
Right,
okay?
yeah. Otherwise, they're on their own and they have to return it to Henderson.
Councilwoman?
You said they were willing to share operational cost. Would they be willing to share some of, I know that, would we need a larger facility to treat the water if we brought the waters in from, the need for treated water in from that area?
They would have to share in the upsizing of the infrastructure that's needed. So say, for example, if we designed your treatment plant for 1.5 million gallons per day, for example, if they need another 500,000, they're going to pay the difference to get you to 2. And then whatever that upsizing amount of treatment is necessary is 100% going to be on them. But then you could figure out what that operational cost is, whatever it works out to be a customer. In the long run, it's probably still going to be way less for them than having to come for all that infrastructure to be a regular customer of Boulder City.
And could offset some of our annual cost.
Yes.
Thank you. So in essence, if we send our water over the hill for treatment, we pay them for the treatment. If they send their water down to us, they pay for the treatment.
Yes, so Henderson did say if you went with the option of going to City of Henderson, then it's pretty much going to be a wash. You're not paying Henderson anything operationally because you would be getting that from El Dorado Valley folks. And I don't have exact numbers from them. They're just estimating, but they said it would be a wash.
Okay. We have a lot of washes in Nevada. Any other questions? Thank you. Proceed if we...
Sure, no problem. So following on that, again, with that, for option 4 really is the same thing as options 1 and 3, just with the ability to offset costs is really all that is. Same thing, that just went through those. Okay, so our next steps really, I've presented these are the realm of possibilities that we've come up with to reduce your consumptive footprint, your consumptive use. What we're asking really is, we're willing to now take money and put it to a consultant. This is not something we're asking City of Boulder City to pay for, SNWA will pay for, and or even get a grant for. We've applied, we'll see what happens, but we're still willing to proceed on dollars from us. To hire a consultant to do a true feasibility and a cost analysis of true construction and operating costs for the option or options that you choose to look at. We didn't want to do this up front going into all of the options because we don't really want to chase every possible angle down with having so many different factors involved. Really wanted to get a feel from the council of what you'd prefer. If you really have your heart set on a recycled water facility, then that's what we're rolling with. If you want to look at, as the UAC recommended, options 2 and 3, and you don't want to mess with Henderson, that's fine. We'll have a consultant analyze both of those in depth. And then the next step would be to come back with what are our findings. It is not we're not asking you today to say, this is my selection and this town's going to live with it. That's never been our goal. That's not what we're trying to do. Just trying to ask for you guys to say which ones sound nice to you, which one do you like, which one do you feel would be best for this community, 1 or 2 if you want. We'll then hire a consultant, that'll be the next step, to go do that study in depth, and then we'd come back, present our findings, and then if any of them or whatever one that you guys feel this community likes the best, then we would proceed with.
Councilman?
Mr. Mayor, please. So the idea of this redundancy, though, could be entirely separate and a whole nother conversation, but
right.
Since we're in discussions and maybe eventually negotiations with SNWA, that could be perhaps a part that we could bring up.
Yeah.
So I'm going to explore that with you by a general question.
Sure.
Are the return flow credits or potential for reduction of our consumptive use, let's use that, potentially able to be tied into a conversion from raw to potable if we choose that's a course we would also like to take while we're doing all of our water decisions here in relation to that?
So I'll have to take a look at it to see exactly how all the facilities were originally funded. That part I don't know off the top of my head, but absolutely, we would be taking a look at everything. I mean, if it's the desire of, I know operationally for us, we would love for you to have redundancy. I mean, we had a close call with whatever construction was going on out there and actually hit the potable water line. Fortunately, didn't do enough damage to really cause a shutdown, but we got a little nervous because had that actually hit and caused an actual damage to a break, we'd have to shut the line down until it could be repaired, and that means no water coming into to Boulder City. So it is a little bit nervous in that area. Operationally, we'd love to have 2, but we can certainly have additional conversations, aside even from this feasibility study, about what would that look like, and finding out whether or not that is a cost or not. I can't even speak to that, because I don't know what the original agreement was on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or observations? Thank you.
All
Appreciate
right.
your presentation and the thoroughness and the research and the openness of our options.
Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. We normally would go to our staff observations and discussions and presentation, but we're going to take a recess. And we'll be back in 7.5 to 10 minutes. Thank you. Haven't had this much fun. I don't think so. So I think if we're gonna do it, we'll come back to order. Thank you. And now we'll have discussion and staff direction regarding the options provided by Southern Nevada Water Authority for Boulder City to recycle its treated water, treated effluent water. Mr. Stubitz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Mr. Mayor and Council, just wanted to thank you so far. It's been really a pleasure working with SNWA on this collaborative effort. We've got a lot of reasons why, as a community, we want to keep not just the water, but the capacity in our in Lake Mead for our energy. So as a handout that you guys have, there's the 4 options that we've laid out and discussed, and Doa Ross gave in her presentation. So I'd like to facilitate discussion, answer any questions that you might have regarding the options before you.
That's one.
So if I look at these options, I was just kind of looking at them. They say we have 4 options before us. What I actually see are 3 options with like an A and B, or an A on 1 and an A on 3. Right? Because the 4th
Correct.
standalone option is not an answer by itself. It's an addendum or an added part that we could add to 1 and 3.
Yes.
And with it being the ability to recoup some of the cost, ongoing cost annually for us, thus not having to pass it on to our rate payers.
Correct. So you essentially have option 1, the conveyance of Henderson with our current wastewater treatment plant. Option 2 is the direct reuse with an upgraded treatment plant here just within Boulder City for our irrigation uses. And then option 3 is returning to Lake Mead via the recharge well, which also has the upgraded treatment plant. And then utilizing the business decision to have customers hook into Boulder City from the El Dorado Valley, that really would be a separate business decision. But again, it would be a policy decision by council to take that on. But for purposes tonight, focusing on 1 through 3 would give SNWA the direction that they need.
Well, and 1 and 3 would be 100% the capital improvement part, 100% is what she communicated to us that they would pay for.
That's correct, yep.
Where option 2, they would guarantee 26 of the 32, leaving us with at least 6 million out-of-pocket cost. That's like 4 million more than what we've put in. So these are just numbers that I'm kind of throwing around and looking at. And might take some effort on our golf courses to change things in the irrigation.
That's correct. So currently, Boulder Creek does have a little bit more flexibility because it's a newer system. But as you know, with the municipal course, it is that 1970s block system, and we have $4.5 million set aside to completely revamp the irrigation system there with a new system. And that could be taken into account during that project, if dependent on what option you want to choose.
Other comments?
For me, I like option 3, the return to Lake Mead, and get the full return flow credits. They cover all the capital. They pay for the upgraded treatment plant. I think that's my direction.
Councilwoman Booth?
I'd like to say, I like number 3 also, and I really like the fact that number 4 is a possibility for us to kind of help subsidize our plant that we would have and kind of reduce the cost of maintaining filtration plant out there, wherever it's at.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
In looking at this, I see that they said that they used about 230 consumptive, 230,000 acre feet, right, is what they used, and we use 1,234 annually of that?
We use about 10,000.
Of that?
That's
acre
right.
feet. Okay. So I think with water levels, what they are today, and with the opportunity to at least return for full reuse, that does seem like one, and them paying for the entire thing, that too also seems like a good viable option, with the option for having possibly the customer in the El Dorado Valley to offset some of the cost. My question would be this. I know they said that they were open to looking at two options. So could we look at possibly vet out a little bit more what the out-of-pocket cost would be for direct use in Boulder City irrigation and 3?
They have indicated that is a possibility. Ideally, we would choose one option, but they've indicated at most 2.
Okay.
Councilman?
Mr. Mayor, please, to restate a couple things we already know or are concerned about, but are worth focusing our discussion. Number one, the goal is to reduce our consumptive use. So in all of our discussions, I think we should consider that with a higher degree of value than something that doesn't reduce our consumptive use, number one. And Mr. Stubitz just alluded to one of the most important things, certainly one of the things that we depend on here in Boulder City, is that directly the level of water in Lake Mead affects the power generation. And we are power customers of multiple hydro sources, but Hoover being one of them. And so that matters to Boulder City directly, as well as the needs for water for everything else that go without stating. Number two, I think it's important that we consider the impact, whether positive or negative, on our utility rates. I think that's something that has been expressed by our public comment, excuse me, that whatever we choose, we need to consider the impact on utility rates very seriously. And number three, what I took from my community discussions as well as the public comment tonight is that our citizens would like to have a workshop. And I'm greatly in favor of that idea. And I'm not sure that we need to take an option to the workshop rather than this information and receive at-large community input based on this information. I think this is greater information and greater detail than the UAC received. And so some of the presumptions in the community made off of that presentation is further clarified by what we received this evening. And so I think there might be at least some differing opinions from what originally were expressed after receiving tonight's information. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to also consider seriously, as part of our discussion, holding a workshop before we come up with our options to present to SNWA. Those are my comments.
Thank you. I guess I'll weigh in. I think number 4, where we are talking with doing something with the city of Henderson in some fashion or another, doesn't even need to be on the table at this point, because it all depends on, what we're doing. And when I consider the consumptive use and, our goal, let me call it, not necessarily our goal, but the goal of everybody who's with the water authority to decrease consumptive use. I'd look at, our conveyance issues. No matter what we do, how are we gonna get it either to Lake Mead or the Colorado River system? So we have choices, and I guess I'm gonna ask you, when we do number 3, we're in essence decreasing our consumptive use because we get it back to the recharge well and goes into Lake Mead in nature's way. So does that give us return flow credits in and of itself, or it just decreases our consumptive use?
It should give us return flow credits.
So if we get return flow credits and thereby decreasing our consumptive use, number 3 is viable. And if we did the conveyance to Henderson, that would give the greater area return flow credits. And so we would, if we did just number 1, I don't think I think we're kind of limiting our choices about what we do with Henderson, because if we did number 3, we then are in a position where we could do number 1 or do number 4, as it were, when we invite them to come and pay us. So as I look at it, whatever we do, in the back of our minds, it would be wise to consider how we can have somebody else help pay for either our water treatment plant or our pump that pumps it over to the well. I'm intrigued by the well. I think it makes sense to me, having been in the last man out ceremony when we did the third straw. They put me up with rain gear that was all encompassing and rain boots, and I was walking in inches of water in the mine that hadn't been opened up yet to the doors to fill up the cavern, and I was getting inundated literally in every sense of the word by water from every direction. And so the recharge well makes absolute sense for me, and that would be up and over the hill, and I would love to see that studied by the folks with the Water Authority and study the number 1. And while they're getting that together, we aren't making a decision right now. What we're doing is we're saying, okay, we need more information. And what they did before in Boulder City, our people came up with that whole thing about doing the well. I mean, our people, our Boulder Cityans came up with that idea, and I was just intrigued by it. So I think we can have our cake and eat it too. I think we can turn loose the Water Authority to do their study, for instance, on number 3 and number 1, or number 3 and number 2, but give them the opportunity to do that. And number 1 looks at, taking it to Henderson, and quite frankly, that may be Henderson's deal after if we did number 3, for instance, where we say we're going to do it over there. And if Henderson came back to us at some point and said, can we literally buy into your process? And by the way, would you consider us paying you for bringing it over to our place or going to your well? We, in essence, will have done number 1 study, because Henderson's interested in number 1 and they're interested in number 3. So I concur with the council people to my left about number 3, and then waiting to see what Henderson wants to do for us when we look at the El Dorado Valley opportunity. And I think if we keep ourselves focused on number 3 and keep our options open with Henderson, whether it's just to convey it over there or to have them pay for us to convey it over there. So I'm looking at number 3 and number 1, and now I'm going to ask you to complicate the matter. Is either one of those able to get some water from our treatment plant, however we do it, and also look at the reality of the downstream instead of the desert, because there's usually some overflow anyway, of looking at what can we do for water to quote unquote a farm. And that's where I like the concept of the working or the workshop, is to consider these things. I think in order to do a workshop well, because we're not in a position right now to quote unquote make the decision, it would be okay for us to have a workshop, and if we had the Water Authority come back and give us some better numbers when we had the workshop, I think it would be wise to, oh, bless her heart. Put that in the minutes. So is there a way to have farm benefit from, probably not a return flow credit, but in some way be able to say, if we have a irrigation system of some kind and we reuse the water, does that give us a return flow credit?
So just to kind of clarify on return flow credits, in my understanding, that's actual return flow back to the reservoir.
Okay.
And that's something that's maintained by SNWA, which is all the purveyor members. So when you're discussing option 3, for example, that those return flow credits are not of the ownership of Boulder City. All the return flow credits are within the portfolio of SNWA.
Well, quite frankly, if I can observe, none of this is quote unquote a return flow credit that we get special dispensation and say, isn't that wonderful, we'll count that towards you.
That's correct.
I mean, a return flow credit is a return flow credit, and it's the whole river and the lake that gets the credit.
Right, that's right, all the members.
So the more we return flow, the deeper the lake is, the more potential energy you have, the cheaper your electric bill is.
All that works together, yes.
All right. So I'd like understanding that we would look at 2 options potentially for the Water Authority to study. I would be interested in option 3 and option 2, because we may end up needing option 2 or our well, and either one if Henderson wants to go to us. And so I'm looking at the well concept, and I'm looking for a nod. Can I choose option 3, option 1 for you to study with the proviso that we may be interested in option 4, which is nothing more than 1 and 3 together. And so if I chose option 3 and 4 and 1 and 3, I would actually get option 4. So that's kind of where I'm at, is I would like to see option 3 studied and option 1 studied, and then have that kind of study available to us when we get the consideration, which would give us consideration of option 4, when we have our town hall meetings where we actually get input from people. And so my question would be, what is the timeline if I say option 3 and option 1? Is that next week or is that the week after?
That's going to take some time to do the study.
Thanks, sorry, when Joe texted me, I was on the highway, so I turned right around, came on back. I thought we were on to airport discussions, so I was exiting. Yes, we would immediately begin the negotiations with the consultant. We already have a consultant that we've started discussions with, so we would go ahead and have that conversation. They're just waiting to hear which of the options you guys are interested in, and then they would come up with a cost proposal, and we'd set them loose and let them start. So I don't know what kind of time frame it takes for them. It typically is something that does take several months to do, so I would imagine if they're going to do a good, thorough job, we'd want to give them the time to do so. But we're anxious to get started, so we would immediately start into that with them.
So we're not under the pressure today to make a decision that will be done today.
Right, yes. I mean, if you guys want to continue having a conversation, that's fine. As long as it takes for you guys to decide which of your options you're comfortable with, is then as long as it takes for us to get going with a consultant. They're just waiting to hear which of the options that the council likes, and then they'll go ahead and do a cost proposal for us, and we can get going with that.
So if I chose option 3 and 2 and 1, I'd in essence get option 4.
Yeah,
thrown in.
definitely, because if your discussion is a return flow credit option, El Dorado Valley is ready to have conversations right away, and we can begin looking at what cost contributions would they do, and also with the offset of the operating costs. But we would definitely include that in the scope that the consultant does.
Okay. Councilwoman?
Just a clarification for myself on option 1. You have an annual cost estimate mated for $500,000 that would be paid to the city of Henderson for us putting our waste over there to be additionally treated.
Correct.
Is that negotiable every year?
You know, that's a good question, and we haven't asked them that. But I would imagine that they would probably have some sort of rate that is established, that's a government rate, and then probably like everything else, you go up based on CPI or something along those lines.
Because I would like to add, just for my clarification, that's a little bit concerning to me because I know as a community, well, we pride ourselves in a lot of things, I'm sure
Right.
you've noticed.
Yes.
One thing we truly pride ourselves in is that we have our own utilities, we have our own, take care of our own waste. We have our self-sufficient city here, and that seems to take a little bit of it out of our hands and out of our
This is
control,
true. This is
and puts it in the hands of people other than ourselves. So we commit ourselves to an annual fee that could rise annually and could be undetermined at some point. Whereas I think 3 allows us to be, again, still self-sufficient, putting our water there and determining what the cost will be and whether or not we want to be reimbursed for those costs by allowing El Dorado Valley to come back in. So what I was hoping for is looking at 2 and 3 just because they're so different.
Sure.
They're very different. And so then if we had a workshop, it would give 2 completely different perspectives for the community to look at. Where I think 1 and 3 have numerous similarities and probably would be easier for you to get all the numbers for, but with the exception that we pay Henderson.
Sure, yeah. And there is another piece to the Henderson part that I just want to make clear. I did ask the question whether Henderson has a capacity today to begin receiving wastewater return from Boulder City. Should we pull the plug and start going construction right away? And the answer is no. They need to do some additional improvements. So we would be delayed waiting for them. So that is one thing that I didn't include in the presentation because that was through further conversation with them and wanted to make sure that this capital improvement investments that they need, does that mean that we need to wait for them to finish those projects before sending wastewater from Boulder City over to them? And they told me, yeah, we do need to get those improvements done first.
So if we're looking at this and you were to say which option would be the quickest to be implemented?
Well, probably the quickest ultimately would be more than likely the recycled water facility probably would be the quickest because your infrastructure is sort of already there. We would only have to add the treatment plant improvements, a pump station and some additional pipeline, but that's generally about it. A little bit further infrastructure plus a well and some permitting to do for the option 3. But in both options 2 and 3, we could essentially start right away with design and construction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well, again, with the caveat that I want full transparency with the community and their input. You know, by my observation, considering reducing our consumptive use, the least impact on our rates, and looking at a way where we maintain our independence, right? Option 3 with the option B from line 4 seems to cover all those bases. So if I were to be asked to choose one that seemed to cover all those factors that would be important to our community, I would say option 3 with that option B from line 4 covers it. However, I don't want to discount the UAC's input that they voted unanimously, as we were told, that option 2 and 3 were the ones that they wanted to put forward. So my concern about giving too much specificity to Ms. Ross is that this is going to cost money, right, to initiate a study, and you're going to want to focus your folks in a direction. And I just feel strongly enough about the community workshop to receive that input that personally I want to wait on that specific direction until we have that. And I'm happy to engage in the pros and cons about these this evening, but for my 2 cents, I'd like to wait for the direction that we give staff and our ideas to SNWA until that occurs.
I feel we have enough information tonight really to say, go ahead and start on number 3, and then if we have some workshops and we want to have some more information, then they could get started on that.
We can always add to the scope.
Yes, but I think most of us here at the dais really do feel strongly about number 3 with the possibility of number 4. So I think it would be great if we could give you that direction so you could get started on something so that we will have some type of presentation to give, and then maybe the other one would be easier to come about because it is easier to get the information on since we already have most of the infrastructure. So I would be more inclined to say, go ahead and start the study on 3 because we're not committing to anything. And then as soon as we get some workshops under our belt, then find out what else we would like to get from the Water Authority.
We can always add to the scope on the consultant. If you guys decided you wanted to add in option 2, for example, as an alternative, we can add to that.
You guys are looking for 2 options tonight,
Well,
right?
we'll take 1 or 2, whatever it is. We want, if you guys feel strongly that you want that true variety of options, then probably doing a return flow and a recycled water comparison is good, and we're willing to do that. We were just looking for some direction from you guys.
Okay. Yeah, I like option 2 and 3 because they are very different. But you know, like option 4B. Now, the pipeline from El Dorado Valley to here, right? It's one way. It's not.
That's right.
Right. It comes from them to us. There's nothing going from us to them.
That's right.
Okay. Perfect. And then with, say, option 3, with the $2 million that we had set aside for the improvement, right? The ARPA funds that we had set aside.
So that was improvements for this year,
Okay.
the budget year that we're currently in. So we have about 3 more months of this year. So
Okay.
Yeah.
So what? Because yeah, their study would be probably done in time. Like, would that, say if it did, would that free up that money since they're covering the capital costs on the upgrade on the treatment plant?
no, it would not.
Okay.
No.
And I'm not familiar with what the improvements are that the money's going towards. I would imagine it's probably some replacement and upgrades to the existing treatment plant, which will only help.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because it's obviously going to take the existing treatment plant and add to it. So any improvements that you make to it in this budget year is really only going to help.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So yeah, I like 2 and 3, and then with 4B if we went with 3. But I do like the idea of having the workshops while the work is being done. I think we have plenty of time to have those workshops while that's being done. Nothing's set in stone. You know, we're not signing any agreement tonight.
Right.
We're just starting the process of looking at paperwork. So that's
Mr.
my
Mayor.
2 cents.
I can support that idea moving forward as long as Ms. Ross, in representing the SNWA, isn't shutting the door on our options, but
No, not at all.
proceeding, you
No.
know, and with the understanding that we still want to have that community input. But honestly, with those two options, I can't see that there will be much change with the community consensus, but nevertheless.
Sure.
And this evening, it would be ideal to have a motion directing staff to communicate to SNWA the desired option or options for them to proceed with a feasibility study on.
So I'm ready to accept a motion, Councilman Fox, to what you've said.
Let's see. I'll make a motion to direct staff to look at option 2 and 3. What else?
Is there a second?
I'll
What's that?
Is there any
There-
discussion about the community workshops or?
Okay, all right. Make a motion to direct staff to look at option 2 and 3 and have community workshops.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Wall?
I would ask the councilman who initiated the motion to, and I guess ask staff if we need to be specific, that option B under number 4 be attached to the direction that we give to the SNWA.
Yeah, I think it would be ideal to have that in the
Okay.
motion, yes.
Mr. Fox, would you be willing to amend your motion for that, including that?
Let's try it one more time. All right.
Just a yes or no probably will do.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
And I accept the amended motion.
So the motion's been amended and accepted by both the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, and any opposed say nay. It's been unanimous. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming back from the
All
highway.
right, I'm going to leave.
We've got some wonderful restaurants in town. You might want to just hang out a little bit, order some food, yeah.
Right.
It is 8 o'clock, they're closed.
Okay. So we're moving right along. We're now on item 9, for possible action or ordinance, the city regarding lease payments, amending lease between the City of Boulder City and City Airport properties. There she is. If you can introduce yourself and make your presentation.
Good evening, Marissa Adu, Airport Manager. Tonight we have for possible action consideration of Bill Number 1932, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City of Nevada approving lease agreement number 07114B, amending the lease agreement 07114-1A between the City of Boulder City and Boulder City Airport properties to include Title VI civil rights assurances.
Do you have a presentation that you'd like to do?
No.
It's okay if you
This is-
don't.
no.
All right. Comments, questions? So,
Well, Mr. Mayor, I don't have any questions, so I will defer to anybody, but since we've already introduced this, and now we're to the adoption phase, I will double dog dare you and skip straight to a motion to adopt Bill number 1930 as stated.
I'll second that.
It's bill number 1932.
Yes.
I didn't say that. Oh. I'm sorry. Then my motion was to accept 1932. I don't know how I misread that, but thanks.
And I'll accept that.
So it's been moved and accepted to consider bill number 1932, and is there discussion? So I guess this is where I need to, do we have other people who are going to present?
No, Mayor. The vote can take place. If there's questions, we can answer.
So, this is the civil rights involvement, correct?
That's right. So this bill is to amend a lease. All leases must be amended by ordinance. And essentially, we had an audit done by the FAA that looked at all of our leases and noticed that these Title VI assurances were not included in this particular lease. So the FAA asked us to do an amendment. We contacted the lessee, let them know, they agreed, they signed, and so this would amend the lease to add those Title VI civil rights assurances.
So would this resolve some of the questions that we may have heard earlier this evening?
The questions earlier this evening do not really implicate civil rights assurances. The airport is compliant with civil rights law. The comments are more of a other requests by the tenant that aren't agendized today.
So we've got it on the record then.
That's right.
Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, any other comments or questions? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Unanimous, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, Bill number 1932 will become known as Ordinance number 1697, effective March 22nd, 2023.
Thank you, appreciate that. And we'll go now to number 10. Mr. Mays.
Good evening, Mayor Hardy, members of the City Council. For the record, Michael Mays, your Community Development Director. The 5-acre, 15-lot, single-family subdivision called Diamond Ridge is proposed by RPS Properties and is zoned R110. It is located east of Arizona Street and north of Norridge Drive. You can see it on the screen, the exhibit showing the location of the proposed subdivision. This development received tentative map approval from the City Council on July 12, 2022. During city review of the tentative map, surrounding neighbors raised several concerns regarding the development. In response, the City Council approved the tentative map and included with that tentative map approval several conditions. They included requiring the developer to provide the city with an excavation haul route that would be shared with the neighbors prior to grading the site. That the developer have the site tested for naturally occurring asbestos. This has been completed by the developer and no naturally occurring asbestos was identified. That there is a prohibition on the use of blasting, heavy ball tamping, and use of explosives in the construction of the subdivision. Resolution 7595, which is before you this evening, to approve the final map, contains these same conditions. The Planning Commission reviewed the proposed final map on February 15th of this year and unanimously recommended approval. Per state law and the Boulder City Municipal Code, whenever a final map is in substantial conformance to the approved tentative map,
it requires the city to approve that final map. And the final map is in substantial conformance. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve Resolution 7595.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded, moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I just have one point. As we talked yesterday, there was a list of citizen concerns that you included in the packet, and we discussed the potential of communicating those back out to the citizens, as this may cause them to reconsider what those were. Other than that, that wasn't really a question, just a statement that we want to reach out to the public to notify them of those FAQs, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And we appreciate that. Thanks.
Sure.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Thank you, unanimous. Move on to number 11, discussion and direction regarding the air hangar ground lease options. And I suspect we have, Brittany's going to present, and go ahead, Madam City Attorney.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Item 11 before you today is seeking direction, discussion and direction regarding the hangar leases that are expiring this year. There are 3 lease forms in particular that impact about 25 tenants. To start off with a brief history, these leases were entered into approximately 30 years ago with a developer. The developer, at the time, the land was bare ground, and the developer, as a term of the lease, required the developer to build hangars to store aircraft. The lease was for 20 years with a 10-year renewal option. Over the course of the lease, the developer would then recoup their investment costs and have the ability to sublease the hangars. Over time, when this lease was in place, the ground lease was actually subdivided and assigned to different individuals, separate and apart from the developer. And so now, although the lease, there's 3 leases initially had one party, there are now multiple parties to the lease. And with your indulgence, Mayor and Council members, what I'd like to do is go over the options for the expiring leases with a presentation providing some information that I think will be helpful to you. And then I would like to invite Mr. Woodbury is here representing the tenants, and they have a proposal with regard to expiration of these leases. So there's essentially, to give a brief overview, there's essentially 3 options before you this evening. The first would be allowing the leases to expire, and a provision in those leases does have the hangars coming under the city's ownership. This is known as a reversionary clause. Each of these 3 leases does have that clause, and so what would happen is the lease would expire, and then the city would have to consider a new lease option. The second option is extension of the current lease, and that is a proposal that the tenants have for you to consider today. The third option is that there is a lot of information you're going to receive this evening, and the expiration of these leases is occurring very soon, April and May of this year. So in the event, after hearing all of the information, if council feels that more time might be needed in order to weigh all of the options, something that city could do is a short-term extension via a lease amendment. It would require a lease amendment by ordinance, but the city would recommend no longer than 6 months, but that could be a third option this evening. So I hope that does help in taking this into account, the information you're about to receive. So if I may, I'll start with the PowerPoint presentation. Yes.
Is this the third option you're talking about now?
No, this will go over just reversionary clauses in general, and when leases are expiring and communities are faced with this situation and this decision point on whether to allow the lease to expire or to extend, the industry best practices. So this PowerPoint goes into explaining what a reversionary clause is, what it means, and what potential best practices are. So,
So the three that you're mentioning are the lease expired, city owns it, new lease would have to be done, the extension of the current lease that could be up to 6 months, and the third option is what you're presenting now, the
well, the third option would be extension as well, but a longer term extension.
So
and
this is the redevelop, or this, what's the
So
term that you're using?
The third option would contemplate, again, if we went into the PowerPoint, the industry best practices is what's known as a reversion deferral fee.
That's what I was looking for.
So where a long-term extension is contemplated, the FAA recommends, industry standard recommends having a mechanism to recoup the value of the asset. And so that would be the third option, is a reversion deferral fee. And so I'll get into that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So this is a PowerPoint. I did not draft this. This was done by an aviation consultant named Robert Trimborn. This is from 2018, but the information in it is still up to date. And so I thought I used it because I think it really demonstrates that this is the industry standard among airports when this type of decision point is being considered. So just this individual has 37 years of aviation experience, certified member of the AAE, and so he's developed this presentation and has presented it all over the nation. And reversion is not new, and it's no secret that reversion is a controversial issue. There's been packed rooms in other airports when this decision occurs, and so it's a difficult decision to make. Essentially, a reversionary clause provides that upon expiration of the agreement, the ownership of the improvements made by the lessee revert to the lessor, usually the airport sponsor. So upon reversion, the rental structure of the lease agreement will change. Prior to reversion, like currently now, the lessee pays a ground lease rate. After reversion, the lessee will pay an improved rental rate based on the hangar use. So in deciding this, there are applicable grant assurances that the airport has to consider. Because the airport is sustained by federal funds, we in receiving those federal funds assure the federal government that we will comply with certain terms. And one of them impacted by reversionary clauses is Assurance 5, Preserving Rights and Powers. This essentially says the airport sponsor will not take or permit any action which would operate to deprive it of any of the rights and powers necessary to perform any or all of the terms and conditions and assurances. And it will act promptly to acquire, extinguish, or modify any outstanding rights or claims or rights of others which would interfere with such performance. Based on the FAA's interpretation of this assurance, as it relates to reversionary interests, the airport sponsor's failure to include or exercise a lease agreement reversion clause contributes to forfeiting the sponsor's rights and powers. Another grant assurance implicated is Assurance 22, Economic Non-Discrimination. We have to make our airport available for public use on reasonable terms and without unjust discrimination to all types, kinds, and classes of aeronautical use. And each aeronautical activity should be subject to the same rates, fees, rentals, and other charges uniformly applicable. When these hangars are privately owned, the hangar tenant can lease them for whatever rate they choose. So the rates can be inconsistent if they sublease their hangar. So with the fee and rental structure in Assurance 24, the airport agrees to maintain a fee and rental structure which make the airport as self-sustaining as possible under the circumstances, taking into account such factors as the volume of traffic and economy of collection. Based on the FAA's interpretation of Assurance 24, an airport sponsor's failure to include or exercise reversionary clauses in an airport lease agreement impacts the sponsor's ability to achieve or maintain self-sustainability. An example, a recent example where there was a finding that an airport failed to exercise their reversionary clause and forfeited their rights was in Shreveport, Louisiana. They didn't have a mechanism in place to assume the title because they didn't exercise the reversionary clause. And so the FAA did require an action plan to correct that. So I'll just skip ahead. These aren't really applicable. But for the lease, addressing reversion, if you are going to talk about extension, a reversion deferral fee is something that is charged to defer the reversion of the tenant improvements and continue the land rental rate. So essentially, a reversion deferral fee is something that would allow the tenant to extend their lease long-term and retain ownership of the hangar while compensating the city for the value of that asset. And it's much less cost to the tenant as it would be if the lease were to expire and the hangar be leased as a new lease value. So, and that's generally the overview of what a reversion deferral fee is. In looking at other airports that have a reversion deferral fee, we found policies from Redmond, Oregon, and also Rapid City, South Dakota. The reason why there aren't any examples closer is the other airports around us haven't dealt with this issue. Many of the airports, such as North Las Vegas, Mesquite, the reversionary clauses there aren't up yet, and so they haven't had to have this decision point. In other airports like Minden, the tenants have a duty to remove the improvements rather than the improvement reverting to the airport. So the reversion deferral fee is based upon the asset's net present value, which is a standard formula. It's not a formula the city came up with. It is a standard formula to value what the asset is worth for the reversionary term. So we have some documents in front of you and included in the packet that shows you, we calculated what the reversion deferral fee would look like. And essentially, as an example, a 1,085 square foot hangar, the reversionary fee would be $51,000. Again, this is the city's recommendation based on other airports and industry best practice. That fee can be paid over time. It doesn't have to be paid upfront. It is a one-time fee, but it doesn't have to be paid as a one-time lump sum. It can be amortized throughout the length of the reversionary term. Another point on the reversion deferral, the FAA does have a maximum lease term of 50 years, and that's cumulative. So the maximum extension could really be 20 years. So those essentially are the options. As far as I should go into a new lease rate. is what we received prior direction for. So in August of 2022, this is not the first time you've seen these, the council has been presented with these options. The city brought these before the council in August of 2022 to seek this direction. And the council did direct staff to allow the leases to expire and release the hangars at a new lease. Under Nevada law, whenever there's a new disposition of land, the land has to be competitively bid. There's an exception to that, and that's for a long-term lease. There's an exception to that if the lease is for an area of less than 25,000 square feet. Then it can be leased directly to a person without being competitively bid, but the maximum term is 3 years with a 2-year renewal. And so the previous council did give us direction to proceed with the new lease, the short-term lease of 3 years with a 2-year renewal, so that the tenant would not lose the right to occupy their hangar. The city council directed us, we saw appraisals, and then on November 7th, the city council directed us to move forward with that option at the gross value. And then in January of this year, Mr. Woodbury approached staff, letting us know that the hangar owners were interested in extension and had a proposal for us. This was the first time the city had been approached with such a proposal, and so we readily looked at what we could do, and that's when we brought the reversion deferral fee as a potential option. And I want to point you to some numbers that I think will help put it into perspective. You have in front of you a sheet that looks like this. And this shows you as an example, a 1,085 square foot hangar, what the recommended deferral fee would be, and then if the lease were extended, and then what the revenue would be if it was allowed to expire and a new lease was entered into. And I'll let Mr. Woodbury present the tenant's proposal, but we have the numbers there as well. And I also want to point your attention to this document here. I wanted to let you know that because of the direction we received from the prior city council, we had been budgeting on the assumption that the leases would expire and be released at fair market value. If the leases are extended and no deferral fee is contemplated, they're just extended at the current ground lease rate. This chart shows that this would be detrimental to the enterprise fund because our expenses would exceed our revenues. The bar on the left is the expenses and the bar on the right is the revenues. And we would potentially have to defer maintenance of capital improvement projects that have been funded by the FAA, but the FAA does not cover maintenance. And so, and again, this is if the leases were extended with no deferral fee. This is just the ground lease continuing. So I thought that would just help you. And again, I'm going to invite Mr. Woodbury to come up. Unless there's questions, I can answer those right now.
Any questions for our city attorney, Mrs. Walker?
Prior to the opportunity to ask questions, I'd like to make a disclosure, just so that I have that out, so that I have this option. I'd like to disclose pursuant to NRS 281A that I have a commitment in a private capacity with one of the tenants impacted by this matter, Mr. Kyle Larson. My husband and I share ownership of a limited liability company with Mr. Larson. The LLC owns an airplane that is stored in Mr. Larson's hangar that is subject to one of the ground leases being discussed, and thus I also have a pecuniary interest in this ground lease. Nevertheless, I've been advised by the city attorney, and the Nevada ethics law favors the right of a public officer to perform the duties of which the public officer was elected, And because this hangar lease would not be impacted more or less than the 24 other leases being affected, Nevada law favors and allows my participation in action on this matter.
Thank you, Councilman Jorgensen. Any other discussions?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Booth.
Thank you, Mary Hardy. I thought that the airport just repaved out there one of the runways, that the FAA paid for that and it was repaved. Is that correct, or was I hallucinating or something here?
Good evening, Marissa Adu, Airport Manager. Can you repeat the question?
So I thought the airport was just, one of the runways was just repaved out there, where they couldn't use the money for the, the tower, so it was used to pave the runway?
Right, we did a surface treatment to the runway, and we improved the electrical along the runway.
So did the FAA pay for that?
They did pay for it.
So they do pay for maintenance then?
They will pay for it sometimes if we can group it into a larger project.
Okay, so it needs to be a larger project?
Right.
Like a capital project for them to?
This is a capital project. We were able to include it in there, and they approved it at that time.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Any other questions, concerns? Madam City Attorney, anything else?
No, Mayor.
I think we'll hear from Mr. Woodbury then.
It will be just one moment. We're having a technical difficulty. Should just be one more moment.
So the good news is it's not just me who has technical problems.
Can I just make a point of clarification?
So Councilwoman Jorgensen is going to fill the gap here.
Just kind of a point of clarification. I know we talked about what former councils had discussed or voted on. Just want, having been on that former council that did vote, is that there was not the option to extend the leases at that time. The only option, that was not to revert or not to revert, was not the option given us. It was to revert. Now, do you want to revert at a 3-year or 3 with an extension of 2-year, and then they can keep their hangars, or do you want to revert and do it longer, and then they can't keep, it has to go to fair market value or fair bidding process?
It has been staff's recommendation and continues to be staff recommendation that expiration and release of the hangars is in the best interest of the city. However, the tenants did approach us with a proposal, and of course, that's not our decision. Before, we had not ever been approached with a proposal to extend, so we operated as they were expiring, and that was the previous direction on another group of leases that had expired. So that's why extension wasn't brought to you. It simply wasn't a proposal that was brought to the city.
Okay, having not served on that council prior, having not voted on that, and then having really not the option to extend, so for sure reverting, and if we did extend the 3-2, that's how it ended up, that's what we voted on, was because those were the only options given us, which is different this time. Okay.
For the record, she nodded yes. Is that correct, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, again, it takes two parties to agree to amend a lease. So without knowing whether all the tenants were willing to extend and amend the lease, we weren't approached by them. We looked at the option that the leases would expire, and that is where the decision point would come. What happens? What do we do when those leases expire?
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilwoman Booth?
Of our airport manager. So what is the difference between our airport and the Henderson Airport and North Las Vegas?
So there's differences in each of the airports. No airport is the same anywhere. We're all general aviation airports, Henderson, North Las Vegas, and Boulder City. And we don't have commercial service.
So does FAA consider us a rural airport?
No.
How do they consider us then?
They consider us a primary non-hub airport. We do have passenger service out of our airport, but it's not scheduled. So we're not a certificated 139 airport, which would be similar to.
So what's a 139?
Right. A certificated 139 airport would be Harry Reid International Airport.
Okay.
That receives scheduled passenger service.
So a rural airport would not have any passenger services. It would just be recreational.
A rural airport isn't an FAA classification.
I just looked it up today on FAA,
Did you?
and it said
Oh, did you?
Yeah, they talked
Okay.
about the rural
I was like,
airports.
oh. Well, it's an airport that is not heavily populated around it.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot if you don't know.
I don't know the exact definition
Yeah.
of it, but it would be more of our communities out in Lincoln County. That would be a rural airport. You know, there's not a heavy populated city around it.
I know we're considered rural for like loans and stuff like that, so I just, when I saw that, I just assumed we were a rural
because we
airport.
have the sightseeing tours out to the Grand Canyon, we're classified differently because of the type of employments that we receive.
Okay, probably because of the commercial. Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you. Mr. Woodbury?
All right, thank you. I guess we have some technical difficulties, so I understand that my PowerPoint presentation is still there, but not the way it was sent exactly. So we won't have some of the focus and the animations, but I think we can still show it. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. You know, my city council time, it'll be about 10:30 right now. It's getting late. But you've already done the hard stuff, so now this one's an easy one. And so here we go. I just, before I get into my presentation, I do kind of want to address this, you know, as I was walking in tonight, city attorney told me, we just found out that, you know, if we don't do the reversion option, then, you know, we're going to be in the red in the airport fund. And I mean, I don't really know how to respond to that except to say, you know, are you as surprised as I am that, you know, all of a sudden we're bankrupt if we don't do that option? It seems a little bit late in the game to be bringing that up and a very inconvenient time to be doing that. Is that coincidence? I don't know. But you know, when did the swamp drain, and why are we talking about it just now? And you've got bigger problems than this. If that's truly the case, you better hold some emergency meetings and some workshops and figure out what's going on. And is that really a revenue problem, or is it an expense problem? You know, where's the backup for that? Do we have, you know, we have got 4 employees out there. Do we need to cut them down to 2 or 1 real quick? Because we're not, we don't have the revenue to cover those. So again, it's hard for me to respond to that. You know, what happened? Why didn't, you know, when we were trying to figure out how to use ARPA funds for the last year, why weren't we saying, well, we need it at the airport, and let's put a bunch of money towards the airport? So I don't know, you know, where's the details? Are we really going to put that on the backs of the recreational airport users? What about the commercial airport users that are making millions already out there? Why aren't we, you know, rushing to, you know, to get money off of them so that we can sustain our airport? It just seems a little bit disingenuous to be bringing it up right now at this time, at the 11th hour. We've been negotiating for 2.5 months on this. never heard boo about that. And so I look at the four-way test up there, you know, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? And I think we really need to focus on that here tonight. So I will answer any questions I can at the end, but I would like to just kind of go through the presentation I have tonight. And I apologize if I'm looking two ways here, but so we are the Boulder City Airport Association. I represent them. It's a group of about 50 plus concerned hangar owners, and most of them are longtime residents. You can see the list there. Probably you know them or recognize them. They are, you know, when we came to the staff a couple of months ago, one of the ideas behind it was we need a united voice. We need common goals. You already have lots of different users out there, hangar owners and other users. You're always hearing different viewpoints and opinions, and you know, sometimes it's coming way out of left field and lightning rod stuff. And so that's why we consolidated. That's why we came together. Of those 50, it's 100%, all 25 that are up for expiration in 2023. Of the ones in 2024, it's another 10 or 11 of the 12. And then of the 2028, which are dozens more, we probably have another 15 plus. So over 50 in all. It's a consolidated group, a hodgepodge of different people, but they're willing to come together and compromise and try to figure this out, because that's what it's going to take to get it done. And so why are we here tonight? Really to answer one simple question, and let's not confuse why we're here. It's either reversion or it's extension. And it's about business. You know, are we going to get into business? Are we going to get into the business of owning hangars, or stay in the business of owning hangars and operating hangars? Or are we going to get out of that business and decide the city doesn't want to be in that business? We want to control our own destiny and be the airport that we want to be, the type of airport we want to be, and extend this and have a reasonable lease rate that's affordable for everybody. So I'll rip through this really quickly. You heard some of it already, but the airport opened in 1990. The leases were signed in 4 waves through the 90s, ending in about 98, and that's why 30 years hence now we're coming forward, and you know, they're all expiring at this point. 20 years initially, 10-year renewal, and now they're up for the expiration. And so the initial capital investment was substantial on these. In today's dollars, it'd probably be $250,000. Lots of money invested. You think it's easy to just put a tin box and bring it onto the airport? Well, it's other things. It's design, it's engineering, it's grading, drainage. You extend the taxiways. You're responsible for extending the utilities, the hangar structure itself, getting it secured, and of course, everything that goes along with that, the FF&Es, the furnishings, fixtures, and equipment, and the fire suppression, and everything else, security that goes along with that. So it's a big capital investment, which is why they're given those 20 or 30 years to expense it over time. And so these hangar leases are mostly, they have some common threads running through them. As you know, there are many different forms. As the city attorney said, there's 3 different forms tonight that we're dealing with. But some of the common things are they were responsible for those construction costs I just laid out for you. They each pay a ground lease. They each have a CPI increase. It's annual in this case. Some airports do it every 5 years. They readjust. In Boulder City, I think most of these are annually, and last year was 8.2%, so a significant jump. And the typical ground lease rental rates at this point are between 45 and 55 cents. Some are higher, including in this. And again, when you have this, so I'm trying to make it simple here and keep it simple, but you have a range, and that's typically what it is. The tenant or the owner, the hangar owner, is responsible for normal owner things. taxes, utilities, insurance, liability, maintenance and repairs, risk of loss, those types of things. The tenant maintains those, and it has been till this point. And then the thing that's not uniform among all these leases, or that's not as crystal clear as some of these terms, is the reversion clause. So in the packet, you saw one of those. And probably because it's the most straightforward one, and that's that top one there. That's in lease number A240. And there's 16 of those out of the 25 that have that one this time. And that one basically says, straightforward, hangars shall become the property of the city upon termination of this lease. Pretty simple. I think a layman can understand that, right? I mean, if an owner comes to me and says, let's go litigate against the city, and they show me that clause, and they're saying, I want to keep my hangar, I'm going to say, let me go get my third grader and have them read that to you, because it says the hangars come back to the city. But we also have another clause in this round, and it's far more ambiguous. And it says that the tenant gets to remove the personal property, but the real property is what comes back to the city. And then at the bottom there, it's not highlighted as much, but the site is quitclaim to the city. So then the question becomes, well, what is the hangar? Is it real property? Is it personal property? What is it? And, there's a lot of ways you can figure that out. It's a tin box. It'll blow away if it's not bolted down. Is it more like a shed that can blow away? Or is it more like a castle that it's got this deep foundation and you're not going to remove it at all? Right? And so you can get into that aspect of it. But even beyond that, parties have the ability to contract to decide how to characterize that. And I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because that's not why we're here tonight, but just like when you're in a marriage, you can do a prenuptial agreement and you can say the default rule is in community property states, when we're married, anything we acquire is our mutual property, right? We own it together. But if you want to contract around that, you can say, well, I'm bringing this house to the marriage and it's going to stay mine. We're going to characterize it as my separate property. And, your job, if you get income from your job during our marriage, you get to keep that. We decide that by contract. And you can do the same thing with real property versus personal property. And they have done that in these clauses too. And I believe there's other clauses besides these ones that are, sometimes clear, sometimes less clear. So how do you know? If you have the right under that clause to take it back, a judge is going to have to decide that. I know in these cases, these two leases were decided 8 days apart, or they were signed 8 days apart. So the city absolutely knew how to sign a clear one that said the hangars are ours, and the city also knew how to sign a different one that didn't say that. And so, is it real property or personal property? A judge is going to have to decide, and a judge is going to go, well, my third grader knows how to read too. You decide, right? But the point is, it's not crystal clear. And, if they wanted to be clear, and so why are they different? Don't know, except that probably they were negotiated, and sometimes the tenant didn't care, and sometimes the city had the greater bargaining power, and sometimes at the start of this airport, when they were trying to get tenants in there, the tenants had greater bargaining power, and they bargained for a better clause for themselves. So it's negotiated, and sometimes it says these are permanent structures in some of the clear leases, and sometimes it doesn't say that. So is it a portable? Is it temporary? Is it all these things? The only other thing I want to point out about that is that that second one, that ambiguous one, I know I haven't received all the leases from the city yet and the future ones, but I do have one that was a Smith Donovan one that's about 30 that are coming due, 30 hangars coming due in 2028, and they're all like the second one. So, not as crystal clear as sometimes we make it
May I
out to
just
be.
point out, though, right before the highlighted part on the second one, it does say that they must peaceably deliver the premises and all improvements and appurtenances thereon to the lessor in a good state of repair and vacant, unencumbered, which does indicate there being an improvement that does become property of the city. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, right. So, personal property improvements or real property improvements? Which ones? Judge would have to decide that. And it clearly does say you can remove the personal property. So again, we're back to the question here tonight. What are we going to do? We're going to revert or try to revert, or we're going to extend? And really it comes down to getting into the business of owning and operating hangars. Do we want to do that? I can tell you that from my client's perspective, the unanimous preference is to extend. You're not going to have a single tenant out there that I'm aware of, at least not among my clients. Maybe there are a few, I don't know. But we've got over 50 of them, all of them in 2023, most of them in 2024, and a lot of them in 2028, and they all want reversion. Or I'm sorry, they all want extension. So the city's goals and Boulder City's goals, or the BCAA's goals, the association's goals, they're aligned. You look on page 3 of the staff's report, and all the ones in blue are in there. Make the airport self-sustaining by fairly compensating the city. We agree with that. The city should be reasonably compensated for its assets, including the ground that we've been using for all these years. They want us to form an LLC or an owners association so we can have a common person or a common entity that can pay rent and provide access and other things like that. A common point of communication, contact person. Create consistency and uniformity. We want that too. Single common lease, everybody's the same. You've got multiple different forms out there. Just showed you've got multiple different reversion clauses. We want something that's common. It doesn't make sense. It's an administrative nightmare to not have that. Reduce conflicts, disputes, complaints, and lawsuits. Nobody wants to go fight. We want a peaceable airport. We want a happy airport. And this one wasn't in there, but I think I don't think staff would disagree. I hope you won't disagree that we want to be true to the kind of airport that we are and we want to remain. So what are we? We have always been a family-friendly, small-town recreational airport available to all types of users. Always. And we do have commercial. We love the commercial. But that doesn't change the essence of who we are. We've always been this. We've always been the recreational and the family-friendly. So why shouldn't the city proceed with reversion? Because it doesn't satisfy any of those goals, those common goals. The airport's already self-sustaining. Now you're hearing something different tonight, but I've been dealing with the airport for 12 years, and it's always been self-sustaining and easily self-sustaining. So if it's not, all of a sudden, you got to ask yourself a lot of hard questions about why. Why all of a sudden is it in the red? Because the FAA pays 95% of everything, and our contribution has always been minimal. This would go way beyond self-sustaining when you're talking about a 1,000% increase that you're asking these tenants to pay, 10 times as much as what you're going to see other airports are doing. And it seems like it's a cash cow scheme to get rich. That fund is an enterprise fund. You can't use it for anything else. And so it has to be used for airport things. Reversion will not help us to be true to who we are. If you want to be a Monterey airport or a Scottsdale airport or a Beverly Hills airport or something like that, then you can be that. You can decide to go that direction. You can charge super high rates, but that's not going to be what we are right now. And so reversion is asking for an exclusive airport, an executive airport some kind of regional big airport, a commercial airport, I don't know what, but it's not what we are right now. Reversion won't reduce conflicts. In fact, it's going to be just the opposite, point in case the lawsuits you already have. There's going to be fights over, I can bring people together and get consensus on a reasonable, lease that has reasonable dollar values and has all those things that we want in our goals. But those people are going to go away if they won't. They're going to go their own way if we can't get consensus on these fundamental deal points. And then last, reversion's not going to foster consistency and uniformity. You can cram a lease form and have a single-use lease form. You can cram that down their throats, but they're not going to be happy about it because nobody wants reversion. So in my mind, in my client's mind, reversion is just a bad idea. On the other hand, these common goals are all served when we go with the extension path. And it allows us to remain healthy and self-sustaining with reasonable value to the city for its assets, and we'll talk more about that in just a second. It allows us to be our small-town, family-friendly, recreational airport like we've always been with affordable prices. One of the leases, I think it's the... I can't remember which lease it is, so I won't say, but one of them has that specifically in there. It says one of our goals is to have an affordable rate for our tenants at the airport and for all public users. And so that's always been a goal since 1993. It's still a goal. Extension is going to reduce the conflicts. It's going to bring people together. It's going to allow us to form these associations. Everybody's going to be on the same page with the same lease, with the same reversion clause. I can't guarantee you that nobody's ever going to be, never going to be unhappy. People sometimes get unhappy, but part of the reason you've had so much conflict out there over the years is because everybody has different terms, and staff, it's an administrative nightmare, and trying to bring all these people together, it just has never been easy, and it hasn't happened. And then extension provides consistency for all the reasons we've talked about. It's the best path. So if, when you're going down a wrong path, what do? You stop going down that path, and you don't have to go down the Mayor McManus-led council's path if you don't want to. Just because you can or because you think you can doesn't mean you should. Go down the path you want to go down, make the right course correction, and go down the right path. And so it's my job to convince you why this is the right path. Up here we have the deal points of what staff has asked of us and what we agreed to. And we agreed to all these things except the last one. We agreed to an extension term of 20 years. We all agree that it should be a uniform lease agreement, a uniform and clear reversion clause, that all of the tenants that we can get can sign up. Let's get them all to sign up right now, even the 2024 and 2028 ones if we can. Then you won't be back here next year, and you won't be back here in 2028. And if you do the reversion, you can only do 2 and 2 or 3 plus 2, right? You're going to be back here every 3 or 5 years. Talking about leases over and over and over again. Owners associations, yes, we'll do it. Ground lease rate. Again, you've got lots of different rates right now, but they're in the 50, I'm just putting up there 55 cent plus range. It's 45 to 60 or somewhere in there, most of them, and there's a few outliers. Annual CPI increase, we agree with that. And here's where we disagree. It really comes down to one thing, and that's the price, the extension fee, and what's reasonable and what's not reasonable. If you go with, and I'm just talking about, we're not talking about reversion now, we're talking about extension. So the staff's extension option versus, or they call it the deferral option, versus our extension option, and a comparison there. Again, we're at 50 cents a square foot now, or 55, or 60, or whatever you want to say it is. Staff wants to go to almost $50 a square foot over the life. So that translates into their net present value calculation of $4.05, and I won't get, unless you want me to get into that formula, it's a little bit, it's Greek to me, but you're just going to have to trust. I can show you where the 405 comes from if you want me to. But under staff scenario, you see the numbers down below if you can read those, and those are, you don't get that revenue in those years. Those are the 2023, 2024, and 2028 expiring leases. From those leases, you get those amounts, and that amounts to at least almost $9 million, and then you've got escalator in there, and so it's around that amount, though. Under our scenario, it's a tenth of that, but it's what we believe is affordable and reasonable under the circumstances. 147, 175, 520, and so almost 900,000. And I didn't even do the CPI escalator in ours. The staff had already done theirs, so it'd be more than that even, probably more than $1 million. But it's a tenth of what the staff is proposing. That's the only thing we disagree on. We don't think that's fair value, and we don't think it's affordable. So in 2019, the city commissioned a survey by our own consultants, not by this guy, Robert Trimborn, who gave a Tahoe seminar. He's not our consultant. This is our consultant, Aeroplex. And they did a survey of 25 airports. I know you can't read those. I just put that up there for the simple, to show that it was done. If you want me to go get out the airports, I can read. It's got some high-end ones, like the Scottsdale and the Monterey, and it's got some other ones in there. So you're just going to have to trust me, and I can get you backup numbers, or I can go get them out of my folder and read them to you if you want me to. You probably don't. But we had this email in 2019 where Aeroplex said that the proper rate, once these leases expire, would be to go to from the vacant, unimproved ground lease rate to the improved ground lease rate. And even in the Trimbone thing, that presentation, it just said that too, improved value. Now, they had a net present value calculation, and I think they got that from South Dakota or somewhere. I don't know where it was cherry picked from, but they said, and Trimbone said, the improved value. And so the city's 2023 proposals are far higher than the fair market value. They're far higher than what in 2019 our own consultant was telling us. So I don't know what happened between 2019 and today, but it looks like we just got greedy and we thought, okay, we can go find something. And I've asked, are there more examples? And the city attorney is, just like she told you tonight, well, nobody's really done it around here. So this Trimbone, when you see his presentation at a California Tahoe seminar, there's no case studies in that saying we've had success with reversion and here's what it is, because there just aren't that many. This is theory stuff that they're talking about. So you can probably find a couple. It doesn't even say how South Dakota thinks they've done with theirs, or how Oregon thinks they've done with theirs. It just says they have that policy, but we don't know if it's successful or not. We don't know what it's all about. It just hasn't been done that much. So our own consultants in 2019, Aeroplex, their unimproved, or the ground only, the vacant land only, their survey average over those 25 airports in and around the West, including the high-end ones like Scottsdale and Monterey, was 29 cents. Now, we've been higher than 29 cents for a long time. If I backpedal to that last email, you would have seen that it said 44 cents in 2019 for that particular tenant. And like I told you, we're probably in the high 40s to high 50s right now. The improved land rate, the survey average with Monterey in there is 68 cents, and with Monterey, which was super high, taken out, it's only 53 cents. So again, we're even with our ground lease rate, we're as high or higher than the improved lease rate. And then I should have had a line under these because Cedar City and Spanish Fork and Rapid City weren't in the Aeroplex study. That was my fault, but just to clarify, Cedar City in 2020 was 30 cents for unimproved. In Spanish Fork in 2022, 38 cents for improved. Even the Rapid City one that the staff went and cherry-picked says unimproved 27 cents, improved 33 cents. So we are higher than market value already on what we're paying for these. In the interest of compromise and trying to work this out, we're trying to go up here and, say, what can we pay to make this sustainable? We agree that it needs to be sustainable, but it needs to be fair. It needs to be affordable too. 55-cent ground lease rate, extension of $4.50 one-time fee per square foot amounts to 23 cents every year. So those are annual numbers. So we're going up to proposing to go up to 78 cents a square foot over the life of those 20 years. So again, 55 cents escalated every year by CPI, extension of $4.50. It could be a one-time or it can be paid in the 23-cent increments per square foot. Again, staff's recommendation though is 10 times higher. It's 1,000% increase from what we already have. A ground lease rate that keeps going up, an extension fee or they call it a deferral fee, that is this time value of money computation, net present value, that has all these escalators every year for 20 years, and then it backs it off with some discounts to come back, and it's really about just the value of money today versus the value of money, 20 years from now. So if I give you $5 today, it's worth more to you than if I give you $5 20 years from now, right? Because you can do something with it and invest it. And so I'm not even sure why I understand how the payment structure is proposed to be worked on that, but also the staff wants us to retain, along with those high costs, all of the obligations of ownership, all of the obligations that we already have as tenants. So charge us these high fees and keep these obligations of taxes, insurance, utilities, liability obligations, risk of loss, and those types of things. So in our humble opinion, that's not reasonable. It's not in line with what the survey said just a few years ago. You can't tell me that 2019 numbers aren't recent enough when you're going back and getting, these presentations and these reports from other cities in Oregon and South Dakota that are 2020 or 2018. I mean, they're fairly recent, right? We can update the numbers, of course. They probably have gone up a little bit with CPI, but they're not $4.50 or 60 cents a square foot. So you can do a net present value calculation, but that's through the roof calculation, and it's not done anywhere. And staff's telling us it's not really done anywhere, and we don't have any case studies to show if it's been successful. And even that presentation by Robert Timborn didn't have quotations from the FAA and things like that. This is just a guy with a lot of letters behind his name. He's a former airport manager at 3 different airports. And he's given his opinion to a bunch of students. So do you believe your own consultants? Or is it just this theoretical idea that we have to do reversion, we have to, or else we're going to get in trouble with the FAA. That's not, we've been doing this for a long time and we haven't been in trouble with the FAA. We're not going to get in trouble with the FAA. The rest of it is just backup material. I can go there if you want me to. These are the city's calculations. I'm happy to get into the weeds with you. If you go with the reversion option, you can see how it goes up from 571, which, by the way, 571 per square foot on the gross reversion. Your two appraisals were $2 apart. Super far apart. Why didn't you get a third appraisal or something like that? But you can see how fast it goes up to, by 20 years, it goes up to $8.32 with an average of about $6.93. So I think I'm beating a dead horse, but I do want to say to you that my clients are committed to a reasonable extension, and they believe what they're proposing is more than reasonable. We've bent over backwards in 2.5 months of negotiations to try to meet everything we could meet. I didn't get these numbers until about 10 days ago, and I didn't get the actual formula until last Tuesday. And so I've told these guys that my clients are on board, they're on board, but my clients can't be on board until they see actual numbers. And I haven't even seen a lease form yet. So the devil's always in the details. How can I say they're definitely going to sign a lease when they haven't even seen the form lease yet? So we're doing the best we can. I know that staff's, they're behind the 8 ball. They're putting out other fires too. I get it. But we shouldn't rush in here and say all of a sudden that, that somehow things just changed in the last week. I mean, we've been on board this whole time. We're ready to proceed with this extension option at a reasonable fee. It's higher already than market. It's going to be even higher now that we're proposing something more at the improved value rate. So I'll field any questions you might have, or just sit down and shut up.
Any questions before he sits down?
I have one question.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Booth.
Sorry. We've talked about a lease amendment by ordinance up to 6 months. Is that something you would recommend also to try to get this hash out? Because there's a lot of questions tonight, especially on are we billing up out at the airport?
Well, that's better than reversion. But, in talking to you guys, and, I was told we have to do it at this meeting, My family's on spring break right now because I was told we have to do it at this meeting, and I said, well, why can't we just extend it? And no, we can't do that. We got to get this done. We only have 3 more meetings. And if we don't, we can't do it. Well,
So
really? Now we can do it all of a sudden?
But
Are you going to get more information between now and then? I don't know.
I think I need more information, and I think, like you, we got this evening also. So we need to really find out, are we having financial problems at the airport that none of us are aware of?
And does that make a difference, though, that how you're going to treat these tenants? Are you going to are you going to put a deficit, a bankrupt airport fund on the backs of these recreational users?
Well, I'd like to see it be fair
I
to
agree.
everybody, but if there's no airport because we've gone belly up, then that's an
there's
even
no
bigger
leases,
issue.
yeah.
The leases are irrelevant at that point.
Sure.
So it seems to me like we need to get some answers from staff, and I'm not happy about the reversion clause. So I think there's some things maybe we can work out, but I think we actually do need more time, especially since in lieu of this form that we got this evening.
So I presume you would just continue them at the same rate as they are now while we're trying to figure things out?
I don't know how that works.
Well, I would hope so, since we're not prepared to decide.
The city's recommendation, if we were to do a short-term extension, would be to just continue on the exact same terms as the current lease for the short duration.
I think that's a great way to go.
Thank you. Other comments? I have comments.
Want me to sit down?
Please.
Got
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming. So we have been given options, you know, the contract, you know, says, you know, basically, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to argue with you, but I think the contract says that the improvements revert to the city when the lease is done, that 30-year lease. And, you know, we know that tie downs are less expensive, but it's better to have a hangar to park your plane in, and at the same time, you know, we recognize that there are challenges in the airport from time to time about what happened, and I look at the airport now and I think it's a pretty good deal between the city and the owner. And, you know, if I were to build a hangar now, I suspect, you know, knowing that a door costs $100,000 or more, your hangar's gonna cost $250,000 to build and do. And so the FAA has allowed uses of a hangar, and sometimes we hear that some hangars aren't being used appropriately, and so we, as a city, probably have some obligation to inspect and have periodic inspections going forward on any deferral thing that would happen or any extension that would happen. And the requirements for the should the lease be not extended, that the hangar has to be in working order, et cetera, according to the contract. I am recognizing that we have about half of the hangar owners have Boulder City addresses, which makes it maybe not rural, but it certainly makes it local. That we use our airport, and I think your comments about who uses the airport, you know, and, you know, what's our budget for the airport is pretty critical. And I'm not in a position where I can have that discussion in this meeting, and that's why I think we need to extend the leases, not defer, and not expire, but extend the leases for a 6-month period of time, where we can get our heads around everything. And this is the airport is supposed to be self-sustaining. So if it isn't, we have to address that on where we go, whether that's build up or take down. But I'm concerned about when we get a tower and I have to then pay 2 or 3 people, tower people's wages, and how I'm going to do that. So I think we have to figure out what kind of airport we want. Do we want, you know, a fancy place? Do we want what we've got, which has been working for us for nigh these 30 years or more than that? I am concerned about the FAA when they have assurance number 5, that failure to include or exercise a lease agreements with reversion clauses makes it problematic for us to do business with the FAA. And I love one lawyer's opinion that we'll never be in trouble with the FAA, but give me another attorney and I'll probably have another opinion if you're like doctors. And assurance number 24, where we have to be self-sustaining and with upkeep and construction and improvements and staffing and all of those things. The reality is inflation happens, costs go up, and the FAA's requirement to be self-sustaining, we have to revisit that in somewhat and say, okay, where are we now? So I do appreciate the as of tonight, we find out where we're at. And so this is a wake-up call for all of us. And I don't feel comfortable voting to revert to the city at this point. I don't feel comfortable reversion deferral fee at this point, and I think the better part of valor is to extend the leases for 6 months and give us time to not just deal with this group of people who have, but all of them, and look at all of our leases and, you know, what we're doing, because we need to do something now as opposed to kicking it down the road. And now, I realize now may sound like not now, but 6 months from now, we need to have an answer. And I think I appreciate the owners of the hangars being able to work with us, because it's every bit as much their appreciation of the airport as it is the city's. And so we need to work with the owners. We need to work with everybody who has a lease of some kind with the airport, so we continue to have an airport. And that's kind of where I'm at. I just think that we should do an extension of the current lease for 6 months, and that's where I'm at. Comments, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the mayor and council member who, right, we need some more time to figure out and find a solution that makes the city and the airport hangar owners happy, where we can work together, and it gives us time to find a solution for all the other upcoming leases. That way it's all in uniform and not just coming up here every couple of years and having something different.
I just have a question really quick. I know that we have the option for 50 years worth of lease, right? So we initially gave we gave 20 plus 10. Is there no such thing as giving 50 right away?
The FAA, the cumulative maximum lease term is 50 years, so that would be in addition to the 30. So the maximum lease extension would be 20 years.
Right, so it seems to me, even though we had the assurance number 24 stating that we couldn't not revert, that they give the option for 50 years. So it seems to me like you could extend without being in trouble with the FAA.
The FAA doesn't give you guidance on when you're going to be in trouble or not. And there's really multiple grant assurances on this issue, and one of them is self-sustainability, and we have to move towards self-sustainability. And under this lease that the parties signed 30 years ago, the parties agreed that the hangar would revert to the city, and that is an asset that has value to the city, and that contemplates, if we were to release it at fair market value, additional revenue to put us towards safe self-sustainability.
Well, I guess one of my questions would be, why aren't we self-sustainable? Because I have to agree, it is a little surprising to be receiving this tonight when I've been at our audit review committee meetings, I've been in budget committee review meetings. Never once has it looked like this or seemed to be like this. So for it to just show up right now is surprising.
I'd invite Angela and Marissa to come up to answer that, but I do want to just say that, again, we're talking about 25 different people who are parties to this lease, and any extension option requires the consent of 2 parties. And in the airport's interest, it's always best to have consistency of ownership. Extension is and still has been a complicated issue, and it's the first time we'd ever been approached. The city manager had never been approached until Mr. Woodbury came to us early this year. And so since that time, and it hasn't been quite 2.5 months, about 2 months I would say, because it wasn't until mid-January that I met with Mr. Woodbury, but we have done everything we can to put together the information necessary so that you can evaluate extension and evaluate that as an option, and it is an option that they requested, that the tenants requested, and that the city has worked very hard to bring as a possibility and bring that to council. So the prior direction we'd received had been contemplating the leases expiring, so the finances again, I'll let Angela speak to this, but I believe we're budgeted based on that assumption.
So even looking at the budget I just presented the other day, the operating expenses was 1.3 million and operating revenue was about 800,000. And the reason I was not worried about that was, as Brittany said, in the past, the others had expired and it increased revenue at the airport. And that's what we were using in our projections, that the leases going forward would expire and revenues would increase. And so something that's been happening at the airport for a long time, because revenues have either been right on the same as expenses or just a little bit more, is a lot of maintenance has been postponed. And so we just finally created a maintenance schedule that goes out to 2047, that if they didn't expire, that would have to change and we'd have to make it even longer.
Then it seems to me that we need to evaluate the airport as a whole. If this is something that we've recognized as a problem, and that I'm not sure that we should look in one area for a solution.
True. Yes, but there's the current contracts that are reverting. I don't think any of the other contracts are up for many 10 years.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying if this is the trend that we're seeing, then we need to ask ourselves why, and maybe adjust expenses.
So we have been looking at ways to diversify the revenues at the airport. So in the coming months, we were planning to bring an RFP to the council to look at possibly opening up land for another purpose, to lease out additional land at the airport to diversify the revenue. And then, of course, with COVID-19, the lack of international travelers has severely decreased the amount of traffic at the airport, so the fuel flowage fees are much lower, and then the strain of litigation costs has also greatly reduced the fund balance at the airport.
And the airport has taken advantage of all federal grants available, and it's my understanding, based on conversations with staff, that the reason why the airport has been able to make ends meet is because of those federal grants. I'll let them speak to that, but.
And the CARES funds, CARES Act, so that's one large revenue source that the airport has utilized in the last 3 years.
Due to COVID? Okay, and then also just a question regarding the tower. If we had a tower, do we or does the FAA pay for the 3 tower air traffic controllers?
So if we were in the contract tower program and we built the tower, then the contract tower program would fund the salary of the controllers.
So it would not come out of the revenue source for the airport?
Right.
So we do not have to worry about that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I also would be in favor, if we can't come to conclusion tonight, to extend so that we can talk about what's going on at the airport.
Thank you. Other comments?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, please. We seem to be conflicted at best in following a pattern. If we look at the presentation given by staff tonight, when we talk about the fact that we haven't been approached, if we follow, I forget his first name or last name now, the presenter here, he talks about 3 to 5 years out, you reach out to the lessees and you tell them what your intention is, and then 1 to 3 years out, you reach out and you communicate. And I think on 2 of the slides, he put communicate on there, not as the obligation of the lessees, but the obligation of the municipality. So obviously we have done a poor job at that. Hence we find ourselves there tonight.
I do just want to let you know, we did send letters to the hangar owners 2 years before these expired, letting them know that these would expire, they would revert to the city, and that we would need to schedule inspections so that we could do that. We've inspected them. So we did let them know 2 years prior that the leases would expire.
Mr. Woodbury, can you comment on that?
I have no personal knowledge about whether those letters were actually sent. If they say they were sent, that's different, I think, than communicating and getting into negotiations and trying to get ahead of the game.
Thank you.
A letter is nice.
Thank you. And then if we look on the permanent versus non-permanent improvements, we could get way down into the definitions as was brought up earlier, personal property versus real property. Typical non-permanent improvements are typically portable hangars, T-hangars, which there are several of those down there. I don't know if any are up this time. And what constitutes a non-permanent hangar? Hangar that's placed on an existing pavement, easy to move or tow to a new location. Typically do not require a building permit or C of O. I don't know if those required a building permit or C of O, but certainly they can be unbolted and moved. So, and then when he talks about reversion or non-reversion, there's applicability to permanent versus not permanent. So, again, my point in pointing those things out is that this isn't how Boulder City is. This whole process isn't what represents what I would say is the normal smooth operation of Boulder City municipal government. And I appreciate the hard work that staff has done. I know that in the budget projections that we've had recently that I'm aware of, we have not included, what's the right word, unexercised lease funds in our budget because we're conservative in that. And in this case, it sounded like we're including some number that is unexercised in that budget that we received tonight. So that makes it kind of difficult for us to really know where we sit with that. I do have a question again for Mr. Woodbury. When you gave your presentation, you referred to the city's proposal as deferral, and it sounded like you intentionally didn't use that word for the tenant's proposal, but extension. Is there intent with this for deferral of revision at the conclusion of a potential 20-year extension, or is it not that?
Well, I'm kind of a simple, dumb layperson, and extension is just, there's no, we've conceded that we would agree to a reversion at the end of those 20 years, and as I said several times, I think a new reversion clause that's crystal clear, so.
Okay. Thank you. You answered my question. Yeah. Thank you, yeah. And I appreciate the fact that we've done all our best to keep the airport self-sustaining. The litigation costs did come from that fund, although we could take that litigation expense and pay it out of the risk management fund, right? So that's some leeway we have. Am I correct in that statement?
That is true, and I did want to clarify regarding the leases. So we don't include unexercised lease revenue in our projections, but we do include assumptions on leases that are exercised. So these leases were exercised and had an end date. So
Fair enough.
That's why it's different.
Thank you. And I, to another point, our expenses are plus or minus $1.5 million. I didn't catch the exact number, and our income is projected at $800,000, or would be $800,000. And again, we're not looking to have 100% of our expenses covered by income. as I understand it, because we depend on the FAA to share the costs of many of our projects there. So it doesn't always have to be 100% balance on the sheet for that reason. Now, we're going to have to take a deeper dive at that, clearly, because there's some things in here that need to be addressed and cleaned up. So anyway, that said, and I appreciate what was said earlier by our city attorney, that, you know, in staff's recommendation, that was best for the city. Best for the city. And what does that mean, really? Best for the city. If we're talking, if everything is only a money decision, then things would be a lot cleaner, for sure, and we would have a lot less discussion about values and mission and vision. It would only be about dollars and cents. And I don't think that this airport, as a service and as an asset and as something that is used by our citizens, is strictly a dollars and cents decision. I think this involves our mission, our vision, and our values. And therefore, we need to blend this a little bit better so that what's best for the city is best for its people. And that the government runs most efficiently to serve its people is really the goal. And that's where I want to get with the airport, that it serves our people the best, but that it's responsible, both fiduciary as well as management and everything else that goes along with being down there at the airport. All that said, Mr. Mayor, I am in agreement with the extension of the leases as they stand now, so we can dig a little bit deeper into what we need to do on a lot of different fronts that have been materialized before us this evening. That's it.
So do you feel that extension could be 6 months and then we can have time to do it?
Mr. Mayor, can I make a motion?
You may.
I make a motion that we direct staff to extend the current leases with the 2023 expiring hangars for 6 months at the current term, and we'll come back and address this as we can properly agendize as a council for resolution of the lease.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Not you. Sorry, Charlie. No. Any discussion up here? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Ayes have it, unanimous. Have moved on to number 12. We're going to take a brief recess to allow the people who are anxious to leave. Thanks.
Where did our audience go? No one wants to be here now. You can talk, you're younger than me. I'll fall on my face.
I don't walk on shoes like yours either. I don't know how you do that.
So we're on item number 12, and
I'm ready for now.
Madam City Attorney, Attorney Walker, look like you're going to present.
I am. Thank you, Mayor and council members. And I do have Brock Armentrout, our real estate and contracts manager, here to assist me. We have before you matters pertaining to the El Dorado substation. They have a request to either lease or buy 3.5 acres that's currently occupied by the El Dorado substation in the El Dorado Valley, which is an electrical transmission facility. The individual applicant is available by phone if there are specific questions for him. The applicant is Southern California Edison. The El Dorado substation is operated by Southern California Edison, as well as the LA Department of Water and Power and Nevada Power, but Southern California Edison is the primary contact. They approached the city, so just a little by way of background. The El Dorado substation has been in the El Dorado Valley for decades. It has previously occupied federal land. When the El Dorado Valley was sold to Boulder City, the land was included in that subject to existing rights. The substation operated on a BLM right-of-way permit that was valid until about 2019, and at that time, the land was under full city control. So we contacted Southern California Edison to negotiate, to see about negotiating a lease agreement. The parties were not really able to agree at that time, so we did a license agreement for the interim. When I came into this position, they contacted me and asked if there was a possibility to purchase the land in fee. Within our Boulder City Municipal Code, if a individual or entity wants to lease or buy land, they have to go through the land management process. So Southern California Edison did do that. They are on the land management process list, and now the next step now that they're on the list is to decide their request and whether to go out to the voters with a ballot question asking that they approve the sale of 3.5 acres of land occupied by the El Dorado substation, because as you well know, the Boulder City Charter does require land sales of larger than an acre to be approved by the voters. So the direction we're seeking from council is whether to seek that authorization from the voters via a ballot question, or whether a lease is the more appropriate route. In any case, the city does recommend a long-term lease in this circumstance because the area is occupied by the El Dorado Valley, by the El Dorado substation currently. So in the event the city council recommends a land sale question to the voters, we would do a lease agreement for the interim period. If the voters were to approve the land sale, the lease would have a provision that says it automatically terminates. If the council wishes to just enter into a long-term lease agreement, the city can just enter into a long-term lease agreement and negotiate that with Southern California Edison, which brings us to item C, which is a resolution authorizing the appraisal of such a lease in either circumstance. And Mr. Armentrout's here. He has additional knowledge on the history and on appraisals if there's any questions for him.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the sale or lease? I'll just make the observation, if we sell the land, if the voters approve that, that's a one-time deal, and we have some experience with leasing things, which is an ongoing thing that comes into our general fund then.
That's right. So the city does recommend generally long-term leases over land sales because they are a ongoing revenue stream.
I concur with that. Any other comments?
Yeah, I like the idea of doing the long-term lease and keeping that revenue stream rather than selling.
And
That's it.
Councilwoman Booth?
Do we have to, if they want to go for a ballot question, do we have to let them go for a ballot question?
No, it's within council's discretion on
Okay.
whether we want to sell the land or not.
Okay, thank you.
Others?
Yeah, I don't see the need to sell a parcel of land out in the middle of nowhere where we're doing all that leasing. I think we, like the mayor said, have been leasing, and that is kind of our way of making sure that our land is managed in the way that we see fit. And I concur that to maybe long-term lease would be the way to go here.
Anyone else? Nope. I would accept a motion from Councilwoman Jorgensen.
I move that we propose to lease the 3.5 acres to the El Dorado substation as opposed to agreeing to sell.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I have a question on a point of order. Could we amend the motion to include approving Resolution 7596 all in one vote?
It would be cleaner to have the first motion and then the motion on the
Fair enough.
resolution.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. And now I'll accept a motion from Councilman Walton.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve Resolution 7596.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it, unanimous on resolution number 7596. And we will now move to item 13, a brief report on proposed legislation that's happening as we speak.
A very brief report, Mayor. So this update is merely an update to let you know what legislation the city's tracking, our recommended position and recommended action on those bills. Not seeking any formal direction from you, just that you receive the report. If there are questions or direction you would like to provide, then I can accept that.
Any questions of our city attorney? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. Is there any public comment here in the room? Any public comment on the phone? Or written? There is a written public comment.
There is a written public
And
comment.
we're waiting on the phone. Please call in on the number 702-589-9629 while the city clerk is reading the written.
Thank you. We have one written comment provided by Sharon Kraus. The city of Boulder City narrowly avoided a disaster last week thanks to the council persons who voted no on the proposed RV park at the Boulder Creek Golf Course. There are many reasons why an RV park should not be allowed in the golf course. 1, it would have been in the middle of the course. 2, the residents voted on Track 350 and sent a message that they wanted large lots with upscale homes on our golf course. This land isn't any different than the land Track 350 sits on. It's on the same exact golf course frontage just across the road. I know the RV park proposal is a lease agreement which does not need the residents to vote on, but a 99-year lease agreement that would need infrastructure to build should need the residents' vote. 3, this was proposed as a high-end RV park where only $500,000 RVs and inferred wealthy retirees would be the clientele who decide which RV is high-end enough to occupy a spot, and who is going to tell the guy with a regular RV he can't rent a spot. The plan also shows that there will be several cabins that could be rented out to anybody. Councilwoman Booth asked the developer if he had any RV parks that would compare to this development. He could not think of the name of any offhand, but said that there was one in Palm Springs. Upon looking at a few in Palm Springs online, the websites have virtual tours. They do not have million-dollar RVs occupying every spot, nor are these RVs on a golf course. In fact, there are several travel trailers at those parks. I am not saying there's anything wrong with travel trailers, but this is not what was proposed. We don't need a campground inside the course. Not every spot would be rented to a retiree in a $1 million Class A coach, which the developer wants us to believe. What happens when someone permanently rents a spot and never leaves? 4. Another issue would be these supported $1 million RVs being constantly pelted with golf balls. After a week of that, I'm sure the owners would want to install unsightly netting to protect their customers' coaches. This would take away from the natural landscape of the El Dorado Valley. 5. It's very common for RVs to have ATVs accompanying them. This would lead to them unloading at the park and riding in close proximity to the golf course. From someone to run across and damage the fairways or greens, causing thousands of dollars in damage. 6, finally, the El Dorado Valley is always windy. The golf course would be the recipient of all the trash that gets blown away from the RV park. There are several other issues that I would not go into such an infrastructure demand on city services, liability, etc. Councilwoman Jorgensen asked the developer if he would consider removing the proposed section that is in the middle of the El Dorado course, and he firmly stated no. Thankfully, she voted no, which was the deciding vote. The bottom line is the voters spoke on Track 350, and this is the same dirt. Even Toll Brothers' proposal is on hold because their plan included smaller lots, which the Planning Commission did not approve, and those condos would have been very nice and upscale. This is not the area in which an RV park would be a good idea. Thank you, Sharon Kraus.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Is there anyone else in the audience or on the phone that would like to have public comment? And seeing that we have already waited for public comment on the phone and there's no one on the phone, I will close public comment and go to City Council's report.
I just would like to say, we've talked a lot about water tonight, and if anybody's had the opportunity to drive down Birch Street, I wish you, if you haven't, drive down Birch Street and see all the amazing landscapes they've done to keep us water tolerant, yet keep that historic look. They have done, their homes look like they could be in a magazine. They're so well done. So drive down Birch and enjoy what they've done.
Public comment.
Okay, go ahead.
For the record, Fred Bull. In light of your conversation this evening, Council, regarding the airport and its ability to be financially self-sustainable, it seems like we should also be looking at the 2 city golf courses and give consideration with a new agenda item at some point in the future into making them either individual or joint enterprise funds, given the amount of money that needs to be invested in those, both capital and operating, despite what the Parks and Recreation Director was saying in his PowerPoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else on the phone? Anybody else out there? And we'll go back to City Council report. Councilman Fox.
Nothing to report.
Thank you.
Yes, debt management was canceled this week, so didn't have a chance, but I did want to give a little shout out to the volunteers in Boulder City. I think for a community our size, it's amazing to see what's going on. Highlighting just this week, Rotary, not just because I had the opportunity to go out with them and clean the side of the road, but I don't know if you guys notice at all when you're going, because it's windy and we live in the desert and things tend to fly, that our roads can get kind of dirty. And it's not a job I think people are clamoring to do, if you really want to know the truth. And I kind of got injured, but they do that. But they also care for our youth by doing grad night. They do drug court monetarily, but they also show up. They show up. They support. And so I know that I've mentioned other organizations in the past and have yet to mention them. And just thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Speaking of volunteers, it's hard to list some specifically without leaving out many others. So those that don't get mentioned certainly shouldn't feel slighted. We are grateful and recognize all of them. This weekend on Saturday, we did have the Rock, Roll, and Stroll event for the Senior Center. A lot of volunteers were out there either with booths or with the raffle or cooking the burgers and setting up and taking down. And so, of course, as a community, we support the Senior Center. As a city council and city staff, we support the Senior Center and all the good work that's done there and recognize the folks that are involved there. So that was a good event, even though it was a little bit windy towards the latter part of it. But we still appreciate everybody that helped and contributed, as that was a fundraiser. So you're going to typically get Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority report from me because that's one of the committees I sit on, and I'm really always impressed by the things that are going on over the hill that we often disparage but benefit so much from. So this fiscal year, we're very near the end of the fiscal year, but we're projected to have $350 million in room tax revenue for the valley, for Clark County. And so that substantially impacts our C-tax, our intergovernmental income that we receive. That's a big part of our budget. That's 48 million room nights per year. A lot is going on there, and I've mentioned the Formula One Grand Prix that's coming in November. I'll say it again. The expectations came out today that we are expecting a $1.2 billion economic impact from that event coming to Southern Nevada, and upwards of 100,000 visitors associated with that. And the staff at the Convention and Visitors Authority are busily and anxiously engaged in reaching out globally to find visitors to come here and to put the best foot forward for Las Vegas and create an economic benefit. There's several other things that be commented on, but I think I'll leave it at that. Generally speaking, other than, again, Super Bowl 53, February 2024, hosted here in Las Vegas at the Allegiant Stadium. So another great opportunity for economic driving of our economy here in Southern Nevada. That's all I've got tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. In light of it's 10 o'clock, I will forego any report and adjourn this meeting. Meeting adjourned.